Hello, ladies and gentlemen. What's up? Whoo, happy Thursday. We're 4 days into this project, and I'm gonna stall a bit while I try to set up a thing. Why? Because I messed up a thing. I didn't mess up a thing. I'm trying to solve a problem. You've come in to the middle of a problem-solving exercise. The problem is I'm thinking about using the digital tablet a bit today. Like I said that yesterday, but maybe for real today. And the problem is I turned it on. And it sits usually on as a second monitor. I turned it on and it's flickering at me. It's flickering to a level I probably need to fix before I do any drawing, but it's just something that happened 5 minutes ago. And it's happened before, and a restart fixed it. So I restarted my computer. And then that didn't help. It helped last time. So I don't actually know what the source of the flickering problem is. Everything's securely plugged in, best I can tell. I'm looking at a couple of Reddits at the moment. Some people saying AC adapter, but that shit's securely plugged in. Maybe I'll unplug it and plug it in. And that's not going to give you any kind of weird sounds, right? That's just going to... Hello and welcome to the channel. That's not it. Somebody's fix was replacement. We're not in warranty. We're not in warranty. Good diagnostic things. To me, it seems the tablet itself. Yeah, and this is the problem my terrible problem is, I could replace it. There's some nice tablets out there. I ain't used it enough to need to replace it yet. But I guess if it's flickering at me, it's a replacement thing. Let's see, if I open up Clip Studio, this is the paint program we use. I developed a strong love for the word we as a kind of a community-driven word. And it's stuck. If I hit the art section, we're gonna get to some warm-ups real quick. But I think I have art tablet down here, yeah. Now you all aren't gonna see the flicker, of course, because it's a hardware thing. And if I am looking at it, how much do I see it when I pull up like a blank page? Right? Let's put a little bit of ink on here. Look at me, art. It's like the edges. Maybe I'll put that in my Google search. Tablet flickers on edges. Google foo, yo. Google foo. Tablet flickering and I'm losing my mind. Resolved cursor flickering. That's interesting. Let's see. Power is getting power. I've got power just fine. I recently got it. Mouse sensitivity. Make sure you wrote inputs. That's just the cursor resolution. Glad there was a resolution for their problem. And I think we just might be fucked for now. Maybe it's got to warm up. Anyway, let's get to some stuff. Let's do some work. Let's put some marks on paper. Because that's what we're here for. Welcome. If those of you who are just joining me for the first time, second time, third time, infinity number of times, we're doing art. We're learning how to draw. It's a daunting task that I have set upon myself several times in my lifetime, but never really sat down and dedicated time to it. By making it part of my streaming schedule, which is something I'm pretty good at, disciplining, getting myself up to sit down and in front of a computer. By combining these two things together, I'm hoping to put down the time and the energy required to improve at drawing, to achieve the goal. Now, this is going to take some time, but it's going to take a whole heck of a lot less time if I put the hours in. Here we go. Getting into my art pit. Let's get rid of the digital bit for now. Well, if we said we were going to do digital, should I do my warm-ups? Can we start doing my warm-ups in digital? Is Thursday just digital day? I did say I wanted to choose... I wanted to do digital work as a hybrid. Like, I want to do traditional and I want to do digital. I want to have a good foundation in it. And as I'm learning, if I incorporate the digital pieces, I want to be comfortable with the tools and the software as I get going. And this seems like a really good idea. So we're going to try starting here. In fact, it's a little bit of a different desk setup. So you'll have to excuse me while I shuffle the desk. Now the problem that my tablet solved, or the reason it's been on my desk for ages, is the monitor I have is too massive for an actual second monitor. And I keep my desktop on the desk so that I lose some space there. I lose the rest of the space of this monitor. And so this monitor, this tablet was the only thing that kind of fit as a second monitor, and I just put it under the monitor at an angle. So if I ever need a second screen to pull something down or below, because you'd be surprised how often, an ultra-wide runs out of real estate. I got things on the left, I got things on the right, I got things down below. I have 4 monitors. You need 4, I guess. This is 4 monitor amounts of real estate. But so I can pull the monitor up. We haven't done this on a stream yet. It's all kind of new. We haven't done a lot on the stream, to be fair. We haven't done a lot of art, period. So a lot of things we do are new. Got a glove, I've got a pen. I don't think this was the glove I liked, but it's the only glove I could see in reach, so it might be the one I liked. Oh, it is the Huion glove. Haha. Because if you don't have something on, the screen responds poorly to it. Now, the mic is, again, I haven't done this on stream, so I don't know where things get placed yet. So I need to be able to lean in and reach out and touch it. Now, this screen is a flickering. As I click it, and, oh, hey, look at you. Let's see how well we can ignore that flickering. I really don't want to spend money on a new tablet. But also, I really love a new tablet. Let's not get this mixed up. I would really prefer to have, several months or years of actual artwork on what was a quality tablet I've just been using and or abusing for 3 years now. So not even that old. Just hardware issues. And the problem is I'd probably go to get the exact same manufacturer, newer model, and go from there. I wonder if it's a brightness thing. Oh, I still need to kind of situate things, right? We're not done moving desks around because I don't really have access to my keyboard. I need a smaller... I need things. I have to have things. I don't have to have things, but a smaller keyboard. Because the right side of the arrow keys and numpad is currently behind the monitor. Since the cable's all kind of too short to maneuver it around. Which is important because I need to go kind of to the display settings. Let's see if there's anything I can do to minimize this like flickering. Maybe it's a resolution or orientation or a zoom, a graphics, some kind of advanced setting that'll jump out at me as I peek at it. By the way, welcome. Tech support, refresh rate maybe. You just never know. I need to go probably to the NVIDIA control panel for this. Because of, something with flickering and refresh rate would make sense to my head. We've got resolution on the Canvas Pro. This is the only resolution refresh rate available. Let's lower the resolution real quick. And then raise it back to its native resolution. We're just pushing buttons now. No idea what this is doing to the quality of the stream. There we go. We'll keep that. Desktop color settings. I'm thinking brightness next, if I can find brightness. Video image settings. For the Canvas Pro. It almost feels like the backlight itself might be flickering. So I wonder if I could mess with the brightness of the display just a bit. We'd get some reduction in the flicker. Is that it's under color settings? And if I just lower it, let's just give it a 20, lower by 20%. Am I on the right? I think I'm messing with my main monitor. None of the video settings adjusted on the monitor. None of them did a thing. So maybe it's in the Windows settings. Ba-bow, ba-bow, ba-bow. It's gonna slowly drive me crazy. It cost me about $1,000 if I don't find a feasible solution. But all the flickering Reddit bits aren't that helpful, and it does feel like it, you know, like a power thing would make a lot of sense. I have one more cable. I have it unplugged and plugged in. Let me do that one. Oh no, still there, but I guess if it's unplugged, it's doing the same thing. Okay. Okay, a lot of beeping. Hey, hey. All right. Feels better. I plugged it into a different power, a different section of the power strip. That's it. It's there, but it's lesser. So I wonder if it's a power strip problem. Not that the cable can go anywhere else. That is kind of my one power strip, but it's lessened. All right, so we can get to work. We can get to work, and a lot of today, it's kind of going to be understanding the tool. We're going to do our exercises. We're going to do our plan. We're going to repeat some stuff from yesterday. Like I'm going to do perspective, right? I'm going to we're going to add layers. We're going to work with the colors, the brushes. And, you know, I have some history with software, some art software stuff. Draw me at home comfy. At home and comfy. Well, we're about to do lines. It's circles. I could put some circles and lines down that look like a person. Maybe that'll work. But I do think we're good. We are good enough in the tech bit to are good enough in the Flickr to do stuff. words, things. Hello, Cam. Good morning. How are you doing? I got your emoji of the bed as I woke up. So yes, I was asleep. Good morning. Good morning. Are you just having trouble at like midnight trying to fall asleep? Or are you like wide awake? Or the sleep hours not adding up yet? Okay. So we've got the keyboard. If I want to control A and hit delete, I do it that way. I've got some hotkeys on the side of this thing I've got to learn, and I've got the hotkeys on the pen I've got to learn. Yeah, naps are bad. They are. They, well, not bad. They're great until you have trouble sleeping, and then they were terrible, right? I I used to nap. I used to nap every day at like 5. I think that was also followed by me, waking up every day to go to work at like 6, or before, to be at work at like 6:30. These days naps are bad because I'm not up nearly that early. I wake up at like 10 o'clock every day, maybe 9, rolling around and then just saying fuck it and going back to sleep. That happens. Lines. Okay, so what I know of the pen tool is that G Pen is really good. It's a good tool. What we're gonna do is the first we're gonna start with the tracing line bit, and I've got my notepad here with my list of warm-ups. Let's put that here. All right, we've got some warm-up drills we can do. Wow, I didn't know Notepad got an update to where Notepad's, by the way, Notepad so much better than it used to be. 1, no longer keeps your computer from shutting down. 2, has tabs. 3, apparently has spell check now. So thank you, Notepad, for being better. We're gonna pick 3 of these, and I think we're gonna do the bottom 3 right here. These are the most involved. So if I want to undo this line, if I want to undo, not that one. My tablet has a Control Z button. I want to undo that line. What I want to do is draw an actual line. Is that not how that works? We are learning how this works. Straight line. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. And now I'm going to go to the brush. We're going to try to use the pen tools everywhere it's applicable. So I have 2 buttons here that aren't doing anything. This is cycling through the B button. This is P. I want P. This is up and down on the brush size. I do think I want this button to be P and not B for brush. I have all of those tools. Pen display, press that. That's now the P key. Cool. That's done. So P. Oh, I gotta be in Clip Studio. P. Alright, got the real pen. So I can even rotate this if I come up here. Alright, we can get the angle, a comfy angle. We gotta get used to rotating our art digitally too. Like we rotate the paper. All these things we're gonna be figuring out. Control D to deselect things. It occurs to me. Yeah, I don't have to like draw over the line over and over. What's this? Is this U? So if I draw my straight line, and then I go back to the pen, and then I draw the line, and I want to draw another one. Right, we're gonna practice the lines. I could just erase the first line, so I can see what happens the second time. Now we could just get used to this button. Now I'm gonna start holding the tripod grip. little more often. Now, the one thing I'm not getting out of this is a page full of lines. But we're warming up. We're not producing art. Saving some paper, too. Saving some ink. I'm not in my little cockpit. This is kind of cozy. This is comfy. I'm a fan. Alright. Let's keep this up. Maybe rotate it a bit. Give myself a different line. I do want to eventually be able to draw from any angle, but also I shouldn't be afraid to rotate. Like, I've got to break my head of, I got to figure out what I consider cheating, right? And when I say cheating, I don't mean like a final product. There are shortcuts I can take that, if I continue to take them, will get in the way of my own individual skill goals. Right? So if every time I wanted to draw a line, I just use the line tool to make good lines, I'm not going to get good at my line work. But also, there's probably some pieces where I'll benefit from drawing a straight line, and I should draw a straight line. And that's a conundrum I am having. I'm either, it's probably more about what my goals are in the end, about what makes that a good decision. There's probably not a good right answer. Okay. I gotta go a little faster. Oh, there we go. Alright. Google's freaking out over there. Apparently somebody said something about Spotify and Google. Hey Google, stop. Why did it start playing music? There's somebody in my house talking to Google. Using Google as a distraction. God damn. Just had a buddy reach out, and he just retired and just got his VA percentages. Good for him. Okay. Let's do the straight taper. Let's see what that looks like, because the next bit on line work that I was seeing was, good quality lines was being able to taper the line. The idea is that a line that is the same thickness from start to finish, when drawing, is hard to connect again. Right? If I'm trying to continue a line, but if I taper, and I don't know really how to taper, but that's kind of the point. Then picking it up from here to tapered lines looks better. But now I'm dealing with pressure sensitivity on a new tool, which is literally just how hard I press. So let's do the page skating drill instead. What's the easiest way? If I just want to new page this, and just hit new layer. I think there's a new layer button I have set up. Let's go back to our Huion shortcuts. Take a look. I've got Control Z on here. Control Shift N. That's a new. So that's new. And then I don't know what Control Y is for, but we should figure that out or replace that shortcut. Alright, so page skating. Getting used to this pen, right? This specific pen, this specific, I guess, brush. We start with light lines, and then we try to reconnect. Make clean lines of intentional thickness. Going to go thinner again. Alright, we got a new just a new layer now. And let's rotate this back. Is there a... There is a button for that. Let's zoom out. Can we fit our whole page? That's 100% zoom. Our page size is 2000 by 2000. I guess that's fair. I always hear we should be going bigger. Let's try that again. Light to heavy. Lots of heavy on heavy. And I'm just taking traditional warm-up drills, or the ones I would have done myself on traditional, and on traditional medium, and we're trying to apply them digitally. Getting a sense for the pen, getting a sense for how the lines work and quality. Now hit that undo button, kind of fun. I'm having a hard time going from heavy to light, but if I start light, it's not too bad. There we go. Okay. Alright, that's fine. Now I think the idea of the skating that I'm getting a little wrong is shorter strokes. That way we're practicing intentional lines, not as much squiggling, and then connecting those lines together. So, you know, if I can do a curve, and then if the shape comes around, right, I would want to do that in two distinct lines rather than trying to trace the whole curve of the line. Okay, so we find like the points where we can get C curves, maybe S curves. And again, when I'm talking out loud, I'm processing my thoughts. These aren't... that actually did well. I'm not projecting any kind of expert opinion. I know very little myself. Now we can zoom in. That's always a fun tool. Alright. Enough of the trace lines. That feel warmed up there. Let's go with... We were having talking about our light, medium, and heavy lines, so let's do a couple of those, couple of quick lines that are light, followed by a couple lines that are medium, and a couple lines that are heavy, and we'll do these. Now, is that light? Is this medium? Can I go heavier? Yeah, okay. Alright, I see now. Is there a way to get the... I'm on the pen. Is there a pencil? Pencil. Let's try the pencil. Okay, that feels fine. That feels pretty good even. Now, of course, it feels a bit like I don't have the same control I'm used to. Let's zoom in and see the pencil. This is the pencil tool. This is the mechanical pencil tool. It feels more solid. we're doing the line work. And I'm trying to trace it over. In fact, here, let's do a new layer. Let's take the old layer and lower the opacity. So I've got the straight line, we've got the new layer, now I'm using the mechanical pen tool. We can see some good lines go down. Now, the preference of this pencil tool may just entirely be in my head. It's not like I can't just change the opacity of a thing to give myself a sketch-like object. Some of those lines getting a little better, but let's take this exercise a little farther. Not this one necessarily, but the connect the dots one we've been doing the past couple days. All right, so the idea here is doing a line is all good, all well and good. But what if we give ourselves dimensions where, you know, we can do a correct line or an incorrect line. So we're getting rid of some of my tablet flickering tabs. So what if instead we give ourselves 2 points? I draw the line between them several times like this, and then I can see if I've got a good line, my intended line. I wonder if brush size will feel better if I turn it up. This is technically, I wouldn't call this my first day working in a digital medium, but in this manner, in this intentional way, it is. I mean, I guess I did just get an art credit on a game jam using Aspirite for pixel tools. Look at that, an art credit. Talking like a professional. I'm such a professional. No, it was fun though. I'm definitely not an advanced or an intermediate student. I always feel a little bad being like, I'm a beginner. I've never done this, even though that's the premise of this whole thing. I've never really done this. But also, I've done it little bits over the years. Like I got my hand on my first tablet for work at work when I was like 18. I was in the Air Force and they needed some people to be able to put some art down for some projects, and you know, I did like one whole bit of work with it, but I spent a lot of time kind of learning Photoshop, you know, in 2004. Making little smiley faces and understanding how the tools work, and never really put it to good use. Let's give ourselves another layer. We could be using the undo button, and we probably should keep that in mind. There's a curve, it feels like, to all of my lines I would like to take out. I suddenly feel like that's the benefit of the opacity tool that we used earlier. Is when I throw this line down, we get a new line and pick the pencil tool back up. You know, I can draw and undo this over and over, and it's kind of like the dot exercise, except now I can see where we curve. don't know. Control Y is the undo of the undo, right? So what I really want is the... What layer am I on? Oh, yep, and that's the zoom button. It's on the side. So let's undo, put the new layer back on with that button. Pencil tool is up. Okay, that's what I want. So we can kind of see even a good line like this one. That feels good. We can see where it kind of falls apart or where it doesn't. We can zoom in on it. I can see right in the beginning, you know, it wasn't structured, but I'm happy. If all my lines are about that quality, that straight, that level of straight, I would feel good about it. Let's do it a couple more times. And I'm going to move into the last warm-up. I'd say the biggest downside, I was thinking earlier today, as I was setting up this tablet bit, as we were talking and doing the flickering, I had lots of thoughts. And my first regret to Digital Day is that I'm not going to put another page in the sketchbook. That's silly. So I think Thursday Digital Day. I think we give ourselves that kind of structure. We allow ourselves to put some time down digitally. So we're learning the software, I'm learning the tools. We're translating some of what we learned earlier in the week to this. And be able to swing back around. Go right back to traditional. For at least 3 days a week. Friday could always be something fun too. Give myself kind of a shifting schedule, keep it interesting. Nothing more interesting than drawing and redrawing a line, yeah? I need to be, I think, more critical of this line. So we're putting it down a bunch, but I don't know if, you know, this exercise of quickly slamming it down is helping. I probably should do more ghosting and intentional placement. But isn't putting it down quick the same as the ghosting? No, we're committing to a specific line. When do we draw? So you're going to see like maybe the pen mark moving up and down, trying to find my rhythm and lay it. Let's rotate this line by rotating the canvas. And let's try a mildly different angle, which is what the exercise does when we're on paper. With, you know, multiple lines going in different directions. This is still a skill I need to build. Let's go away. Let's push away bottom right to upper left. Some of these are better than others. Okay, now I'm happy with that one. Let's rotate again. Up, straight up and down almost. I think the push angle is more comfortable for me than the pull angle. Very cool. That undo button is something great, but at my build, I could feel it. I could feel the undo button like taking over. I'm kind of excited to try construction again today. We're breaking down like a figure, because then I can you can really, I think, test out a lot of shapes and angles rapidly without all the excess erasing, and that might be a lot of fun. So, cool. We're gonna call this page the warm-ups. Wait, one more. We had one more thing we were gonna do. Let's get rid of that. All right, so our next idea, is that we draw the boxes. We draw the boxes we had done before, and we connect them with good lines. No undoing until the whole set is done. I commit to some lines. Every mark intentional. We can rotate, and we should. Now, we've done this a few times on paper. The additional thing we're going to do, the new thing, is we're going to put an ellipse in it. The idea is the ellipse, like the line, displaced once, it's intentional, and we touch all the edges. Yeah. This one I'm going to undo a few times so we get kind of warmed up on circles. I'll commit the fifth one from here. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Circles. Fucking hard. All right. Oh, we're rotated weird, so I'm pulling down right now. I'm pushing up to the left and then to the right. That's fun. Let's do a odd shaped line here. Let's rotate the paper to best fit our work. And this is the use of the tool. And, I'm kind of hoping to get this practice in. And one of the real reasons is just getting comfortable driving this software. The hardware, the software. Nope. This rotation, putting down new layers, understanding what they do. See this little bit of rotation here, like trying to move the page around. We'll do this line and then we'll rotate again. Oof. All right, circle. All right, I'd be happy with that. On a big list of pages, we can see we've got. We can do colors. Wait. There we go. We've got a good side here. This good connection there with the circle and the edge. Clearly, we missed the mark here. This is pretty fine. This is okay. Ideally, we have this accuracy where we're always hitting here, and that's why we're doing these warm-ups a little bit a day, every day. And this should be... It's not a skill we're going to develop the first day we start doing that lines. All right. Today's days of stuff. I've got my notepad up there. I came up with kind of a schedule. And the first one taken care of, the second one kind of encompasses the rest of this. So I'd like to do shapes and construction again. I'm going to find some models. Model's a good word. I've got to find a wow. One second. Is that I opened up Edge and everything broke, but testing 1 2. All right. Let's play that again. My Focusrite sometimes does that. I have to unplug it from the computer and plug it in. I don't know how much of that you heard, but it was a buzzing and the music got funky. Thinking it is maybe a power supply problem. And the issue is the battery backup was not cheap. When he had it, and then of course after like 2 years, the battery backup was only good for like 2-3 years. 3 was it 3? And it was perfect per power. And then it just had a whole bunch of problems. Eris, hello there. Hi. It's going really well. It's going really well. We're exploring the digital sphere today. Day 4. I was saying earlier, I want to learn hybrid. I want to understand the traditional bits, the pen, the paper, but I don't want to ignore this medium. So I'm thinking we're going to do a lot of our exercises and sketching and studying today in the digital form. So we're starting to understand the software. Hey, thank you. Appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. I'm Uncommon. We're having some fun. We're trying not to be too critical of ourselves, and apparently we're stalling out because I should be hitting some art, doing some doodling, some drawing. Shapes and construction. That's what I wanted to do today. So how about we do the perspective stuff we were working on yesterday for a bit. You know, in this medium. We're just gonna keep doing new pages over our current page right now. And to do this, we did a horizon line, right? So let's zoom out a bit. It's this way? Yeah. Zoom out a bit, give myself a line. I mean, red's a colorful color. I didn't mean to do red. If I hold shift, we get these 45 and 180 degree lines. Come back into the zoom, and if we just work like left to right, that'd be nice. We got to find this center point though. Ooh, right, we were doing 2-point perspective. Let's do that. Well, I did find a good is that where I want it? I think we move it a little over so I can see it in the center of the screen. So something like that and that. So we have this space to work with and this space. We can go up, we can go down. And I think there's 2 ways to go about this. Like knowing what my tools are for like, that's a gradient tool. See, not knowing what my tools are. Like, can I just like create a shape and it's like, here's a square. Let's see, that's framing. This is figure. Okay, there's the rectangle. Like, it would be super easy to just say like, hey, there's a line. Nope, that's the wrong line. You know, here's a line and the thickness on this, right? And just kind of do all our perspective this way. something wrong there. There is something wrong there. These lines aren't there. It would be super easy to just do my perspective this way. Wait a minute. Because the actual box needs to be in the perspective too, right? I'm gonna do one using the tools. Yeah, this is the... Can't you see it? Let's do that again. So we don't start with the square. The idea is we would start with the vertical line, and then the lines draw from there. Oh, perspective is one of the ones I don't know too much about. Me neither. Welcome to the club. I think that the goal, like one of the mini goals for me is to figure out a cube and draw it from imagination, freehand, from any perspective. And I think the first way to start breaking that down, my understanding is, you know, kind of what I'm doing now. Minus the ruler straight lines. I'd like to, again, the freehand bit, but I want to put one down with the tools and see where we end up. We end up kind of there. That's pretty good. How would I clean this up? What would this look like? Again, in the digital tools, we're exploring this space. Do I just hit the eraser? That feels like a real thick eraser, a real inaccurate eraser. Feels like I could just clean it up here, and I should be able to, like, select once I break it off. Up. Do this maybe? Yeah. That feels fine. We can even clean up that little nub down there. And there's some tool, right, that selects all that line. Oh, right, I'd have to break it away from here, but what if... Well, I guess we would have to. Because otherwise, if we, like, selected everything, it would gray out this, right? Oh, you know, I think I've seen this. There's a lasso tool for this. So we kind of, you know, hit that button and delete. Does this expand? Oh, well, we can drag it. If I tap the tool, it does pretty okay. Let's zoom in and see if we can't get more accuracy here. Learning tools. Now, theoretically, what? Oh, there's a select all, like a magic select. There might not be. What's the erase selection? Oh, selection pen. We add that to the selection. Ooh. That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. And we have a cube, guys. It only took a little longer than put it down on a pen and paper. Let's deselect everything. Let's give ourselves a pencil tool. And I think... So here's what I want to do. I think I want to select this box. Alright, I want to cut it, put it on a new layer. I want it to be there. I want to lower the opacity of it, just so we have the cube on the board, but I don't want it to kind of get in the way of what I'm going to try to put down. You mostly do pixel art, but I've been lacking in the fundamental, so I've been working on that a bit lately. I'll tell you, I did a little bit of pixel art for Game Jam, and that's last month, and it kind of inspired me to pick this up again. But I've had so many false starts trying to learn art that I'm trying to, you know, put the hours in now with streaming, giving myself some kind of check to make sure I'm getting on and you know, hitting the pieces. But every time I have done these false starts, I've kind of started like trying to get in from the fundamentals. I really enjoy the learning approach, but I hit the fundamentals so hard that I think I burn out, and I'm trying to mix in the fun with the fundamentals. So we're doing the bit of the fundamentals now, but I think later today we're just gonna pick something fun to draw from reference. You know, copy a panel. Oh, we do have to finish some work. We did do some pretty rough work the other day that we've got to finish. We're gonna sneak that on the camera real quick. I did say I'd finish it, but then I turned today into an art day, or into a digital day. But we were sketching that out yesterday, and this monstrosity here, that's fun. But we're going to do a little bit more of this construction today and try to figure out poses with basic shapes. We were doing some perspective work. All good fun. Yeah, I really only started to actually get better recently, like a few months ago. What helped you see that improvement? Was there some kind of trigger or focus where you started to like your stuff? All right. So freehand pencil box. So we start with the y-axis, straight line up. Wait a minute, which layer? I'm on the thin layer. I need a new layer. Mechanical pencil, black. Okay, I'm not getting any lines because we've selected this tiny bit over there. I just got really excited about a project and put a lot of time into it because of that. Nice. That's super awesome. And whatever it takes to get you into it. I'm hoping to find that addiction. Or it's so fun I just can't help but do it. Now, how much do I want to use, you know, Control Z today? I'm avoiding some of the tools. I don't want to. I keep calling them shortcuts, but I don't know any better. Like maybe I should be utilizing everything to its fullest extent. You clearly see there's some lines off here. We'll come back and take a look at it. At least I can really quickly critique my work in this format too. No, that's the line that's hidden. This line feels more right than this one, and this one is the one that feels off. Now, what a box. What a box. Alright, let's check them. Let's take a look. So, we started at the right angle here, but then we curved it away. And our intuition was spot on about this left line. We just weren't hardcore enough about it. This line here, we corrected pretty well. And we got this one pretty close to start. Once we came over here, you can see we started taking a better look. And I think one of the tools I'm super okay with is as I kind of pull that straight line, I can see the cursor moving on the paper as I'm ghosting the line here. So we're gonna keep that in mind. Let's try this with the G Pen. We ain't done the G Pen much past the opening marks. I don't know how comfy I want to get with the Control Z either, but again, it's also digital tools, and if I ignore them, I'm not really taking advantage of the digital portion. I'm just kind of in this mix between, I don't want to hinder, oh, I see that, hinder the learning process. I don't want to lose line control. Or, you know, I'm rambling, but if I practice a lot of lines, drawing straight lines with my hand, I will get better at drawing straight lines. If I use the line tool, I will make better lines right now, but I'll lose all of the practice I could have gotten with the line work. Do you have any projects or goals for what you want to do with your art? So I don't entirely see a path at the end yet, and I would love to put a better concrete goal in. I have a couple of loose ideas of where I'd like to be. One of them is I really appreciate when somebody can just kind of sit down and like start sketching, a thing and put down a good idea, person, character, scene quickly, and it looks good. Like good sketching, good line work. Just hey, this is a thing. I love that. I love the quick speed of it. That comes from being so well practiced and talented above and beyond this quick bit. I always thought that was really nice. I want to be so good that the quick, easy stuff looks good. But I think in the end, I'm going to lean towards kind of a manga, anime style of art. Maybe be, a mix of... I want to find that style of mine that's kind of a mix of realism and storytelling. But that's kind of the nebulous, like, get so good that it's easy. And, I like a good manga style art. And in service to that, like, ability, that's kind of where I come from. Ooh, what a line. I gotta be okay with the rotating. What if we rotate this and I come at it from this angle? That feels better. I gotta rotate my canvas more. And I think in service to those goals is kind of what I mean when I say try not to use too much of the software shortcuts, but also use the software where it makes sense. Oh, it's gonna be real hard to do a vertical line, isn't it? Is it? No. Can I do a vertical line if I just really, really look? I guess I have this outline here, but even that doesn't look vertical when I rotate it. Let's do that. There we go. There we go. All right, this line comes to here. And rotate this around. Now this is a long traversal, long converging. I think converging's the word. All right. We can give ourselves some feedback with this one really quickly. Let's clean up this one bit. I know how to make this bigger. There we go. Using the pad shortcuts. Just a little cleanup. And back to the pen. So, I guess to hit back on your question again, I think my goals will morph and change as I start to understand more about the art, sitting down and doing this stuff. I think I'll my goals will adjust, but for now I have that nebulous thought. Line work check. Okay, that one's pretty good, but we are pretty close. We can see. No, that one's not. We got to start on the same point. And we can see we just fell off a bit as the line. We started well, but I guess it's close. This line is close because the box is close, is what I'm saying. This line, yeah, you can see we definitely, like, good enough for winging it. I would be happy with that generally, but I wouldn't mind at this distance. I should hit that line better. All right, the other way is the tougher line. That bottom hits it pretty good. If I get the center of the perspective line dropped. Oh yeah, no, that was clean. I'll take that one all day. That one, also really good. I think we did a pretty good one here. We rotated the box for ourselves here because our most comfortable angle is this bottom left to top right, and those are lines. Pop. Take away the excess line. Cool. I like the G Pen. It feels like a committed line when I put it down. There are some really beautiful manga and anime out there. There really are. We started off with doing, for our reference copy, fun bits. We did a little bit of One Piece for a couple days. We did Bleach. And we did a Bleach piece that I'm really proud of. This might be the best piece I've ever put down to paper. And it is copy, reference, and not anything from imagination. But I've never put ink to paper that well. Right here. And then of course we had a humbling day. We showed this picture earlier. We tried to do just kind of some panels from Chainsaw Man. Put more of the idea was put more down. Yeah, get a quantity down, and some of that monster in the top left. I drew, I erased, I drew, I erased, I drew, I erased, and then I just drew and moved on. But being able to do that kind of thing from imagination, from with other characters, my characters in styles, that would be really cool to just be able to sit down and do. Illustration work, I think it's called. But at the moment I'm leaning towards a black and white. But I also don't know what I'm doing or talking about or what I find fun, because we haven't sat down and like really put time into this stuff. Let's get off the straight line. Back to the G pen. Alright, so this to here. Now one realization I had the other day. Yesterday. Because I spent yesterday trying to draw construction of a figure. So, basic shapes, cubes, spheres, and cylinders. Taking lessons from a Proco video. One realization I had was that shapes didn't all have to have the same perspective. Like, I was drawing cubes kind of like this, trying to keep the angles all on a shared perspective. And then it kind of clicked yesterday that that's not how it works, if that makes some sense. Nope. Draw from that line. Like, a cube can rotate and then have a, different perspective on the horizon line. And for some reason yesterday, my brain wasn't comprehending it, and I was trying to draw every cube using the same, perspective on the person. And that was a mental block, an unnecessary mental block that I think we can work on to one kind of right in the middle. Not rotating the page right now, and we kind of should. I don't know why I thought that was a thing. I don't know where that came from. But it was there. Yeah, perspective is funky. It is very funky. But at least when you do it right, actually, that's not true. I said when you do it right, it feels right. I had a whole bunch of cubes yesterday that were done in the proper two-point perspective, but because it was two-point perspective, it's something I hadn't worked on, it felt weird. Like, I had always drawn my boxes with no perspective. Like, we've all drawn cubes, kind of like, you do your square, and then you do these parallel lines, right? Then you just make sure this is vertical, and you come over. That's zero perspective. Adding one perspective to me made sense to my brain, right? Converging these lines in. But as soon as I started adding the second perspective, it was really hard yesterday to look at that box and go, that makes sense in 3D space for me. I think I'm unlocking these parts of my brain, and it feels good to look back on them and go, oh, okay, I didn't understand that, and I have learned something. But in the moment, it's real frustrating. Really, any pair of parallel lines will converge to a different point. Right, because you can have 1, 2, 3, or 50-point perspective, right? And they, as long as they're parallel and we're looking, as long as they're parallel, they will always kind of, yeah, exactly what you said. I'm repeating it out loud to myself. And that's the, what's that, the 3-point perspective that, you know, these lines to here should be converging to some distant, you know, point in 3D space down there. And then if I'm, yeah. Words are good. Use them. Oh, what a vertical line you are. I don't even think that's a vertical line. 1 second. Are we, no rotation. So if I take my time here, and I try to find the vertical. I'm going to be curious to check this line right here, because I don't know how clean that is. Is it this one that's wrong? No, and I think it's this one that's wrong. It's gonna be more like that. Let's finish the bit though. Let's rotate you. Let's get this line. This is almost like, this feels more like getting good lines in and good accurate lines, because I understand, like, connect the line to the dot, right? Like, that I get. And I could go all the way over. That was a brilliant line. Wait, is my stabilization really high? Am I losing anything? Either way, that's a good line. I'm gonna take it away. Let's get rid of that line. There we go. I don't know why I deleted something that looks so good to me. Line is you. I wouldn't mind you. Let's check these out. All right. So my second line, this was the line I came back and said this was the better line. That one, that's not from the same starting point. But I wonder, even from the same starting point, that one's too far in. We drew this line from here. We should have drawn it from here, and it would have looked like that. But since we drew it from this point, let's see where that went. It lined up pretty okay, but it just wasn't starting from any point that we've drawn from, right? Like, it started from here. I probably intended to start it here, and my line just didn't have the right starting point, but it should have been up here. Words. But let's go ahead and zoom back out. Where were we? This one? Yeah, instant feedback is pretty good tool here. Okay, so some of those lines are good. Getting the rotation down feels really good. Like being able to rotate this thing and draw, see the angles. This is fun. Reset the rotation, 100% zoom. Cool. Let's go ahead and start a new section. Let's lower the opacity on the last one and put more boxes down. Let's do straight under. Composition is also really cool. I've been looking into that lately. What I know about composition so far is that I keep starting my drawings in the wrong section of the page, and I keep running out of room, and that's composition. That's the total base of my knowledge. It's where you place things on the page, right? Hey, Goddard, what is the dot? What are the dots for? Oh, wait. Which dots? By the way, we are multi-streaming. So, talking to half YouTube, half Twitch here. If you're talking about these dots, with perspective, and I'm going to repeat things as I understand them. We'll save the expert advice. These are 2 points on the horizon line, where the perspective that we're using to help draw perspective. So these big lines here are the orthogonal lines, and these are the vanishing points of the boxes that we're putting down. So these lines here, well, not that one, because that one's, in the wrong spot. This side of the box is converging to the vanishing points in the distance. All right, so if we draw this box roughly, you can see that, you can see, because I'm totally great at this. I guess better box down here, the one that we did with line work. When drawing the cube in perspective, this line here and this line here aren't like perfectly parallel from our perspective. Try to describe perspective without describing perspective, they say. It is taller here. They're farther apart here than they are over here, converging to the horizon line. Perspective. All right. I had another thought that was, where was it going? It was, this feels a little bit like line work practice, because we're trying to draw good lines. More than I think, oh wow, we do have to zoom out a little bit. We're over here now. It feels a little bit like line work practice, but I feel like the end result might be seeing enough boxes and shapes that I begin to intuit the perspective. I think that's the hope, intuiting where we're at here. Oh, that didn't intuit. There's nothing intuitive about that. I just paralleled that. We're gonna check these lines in a minute. We are a distance away, so I wonder. Let's give the vertical line right here. Always, we have the undo button. We could use it more often. We could add some sketch lines to show that, some searching lines to show that uncertainty if we really wanted. That line feels good because I can see, like, within the wrist rotation, I can see the tool little icon kind of going that way. I kind of get that with this, and I can already see we're off. This line should be kind of in here more. This one was the big one. Let's do a check. Let's ignore the wobbliness of everything for now. You can see kind of where they lined up. Yeah, the distance. Maybe if I had taken my time a little better. We can see a couple things happening. My line curves like up. This one's doing the same to a lesser degree. So we're missing some good, straight, long, confident strokes that we need to put some time into. But I imagine, and let's delete these 3 lines, that we're in a pretty good place here, right? When the distance is close, I do better. And there's only 2 there. Only 2 lines on that box. Because we're looking at it, well, from that perspective, straight on. Z. Oh. So anyway, intuiting boxes. Let's fill some space over here. Right in this section on the right. Am I online? I'm still online. Now this one near vertical. I can see that like lack of a confident stroke there. Let's rotate. Rotate the page however we need to do the line. Ghost it a few times. We took a little farther there than I kind of intended to. In fact, let's get a more confident vertical line. Wait, I have Control Y, which should be... Alright, I don't know if I want to do a vertical line rotated yet, so let's redraw our vertical. I wanted to give it a more solid tip. Then we rotate. And now let's try to find this path without going the whole way there. And then same thing, but we've got to go all the way over here. Let's rotate this paper. We've got our dot. Kind of ghosting some lines. That's a little curved. I do want a better line if I can get it. Let's move it up. Crap. I'm trying to... This is that way, up, down. It's rotated, so my brain is trying to move this page. Okay. I was trying to just raise it, and I should unrotate it before I try to drag the damn thing. Is there a way? There's got to be a way to drag it around that locks it kind of in the rotation you have, but damn, that was something. Yeah, I'm trying to... I need to lift the pen and not... That's pretty okay. I need to lift the pen and not, like, curve it at the end is what I was saying to myself. I need that rotation again. Because I have this line. Another vertical. You just have this undo button I've seen when people are doing digital art. They're oftentimes like hitting their line and doing this. Honestly, that's pretty good, if not wrong. Where we can just like, we get to redo our line over and over until we're happy with it. Now, we're not going to see the sides of the box. So what I really have is one more line left. And we could do that thing we were just doing where we get kind of instant feedback if we go all the way. Right, and then we just do that line at the right angle. All these little shortcuts. And I've just got to like pick the ones that I believe won't hinder my progress. That's good. I did get to redraw that one a bunch. And I think the ones we drew and redrew are gonna turn out all right. Maybe not these distant ones. Are we doing? We did a thing. The short one was just about pixel perfect. This one, let's see, we've got, like, this one here was just about, Control Z, P. This one here was pretty good. This one here was good for the distance. I'm not unhappy with too many of them. I guess I'm unhappy. This one here, I guess is one to be unhappy with because both a short line. I didn't take my time well enough to line it up. So I guess this is a line I make when I just try to use the tools available. Okay, I'm gonna go refresh my coffee, and then we're gonna come back and we're gonna pick some poses and do some deconstruction, some construction, where we're gonna try to take cubes, cylinders, and spheres and reconstruct them to kind of get the character pose. So give me about 4 minutes or so. Stretch my legs, pour this cup of coffee, and we'll be right back, guys. All right, ladies and gentlemen, dudes and dudettes, we're getting cozy. Pulling up our blanket, turning on the heat on the blanket. Maybe we could even sit down with our hoodie on. That is a brilliant hoodie. I love it. But I'm not a hood on guy. Not at the moment, at least. So, get warm. Shift back over. Look at our stuff. We did stuff. We're working with a lot of layers, and it's great. We can kind of just delete what we don't want. And now I have a history of what we're working on. Do I save this? Kind of just save. We don't have a great like folder for our digital art. So what if I go like, we just need a general art folder on the desktop. We can put our reference folder in the art folder. We can just call this like digital day 4 kind of thing. This is a day 4 of our art project, our art stream. Next week will be day 9. It'll be day 9. Next time we're here hitting the digital button. Let's get our little glove back on. Bam, ready for stuff. Give ourselves a new layer to work. This is going to be a series of hidden layers on this page. And I think more important, I need to find a good place for reference. So, Line of Action is a good website. You can do animals, figures, shapes. Okay, there are some shapes on here. I've been using Line of Action for their human figure drawings. So let's go ahead and set some settings that say, you know, hey, we only want to we only want to see covered models. Stream purposes. I need to do nude models as well, but probably not on YouTube and Twitch, right? We don't care about the length because I'm just going to copy and paste it so you can see it. Rather than any kind of... Let's see. Let's see what we get with this. I'm just going to find something we want to draw. I guess not want. We should do things we're uncomfortable with. So we got this nice lady doing a yoga pose. Can I just paste this in? How's this gonna work? If I just click like the sources, the scenes, I try to paste something in. Not great. Now let's try Chrome. Last time I opened Chrome, the whole page broke. I think Chrome is my like quasi-safe. Like I don't have quasi-safe to put on Stream browser. Not that there's a lot of unsafe things on Firefox as much as I don't know where it's gonna fill in a password or, you know, show some data that I ain't looking to show. Oh, do I have? Oh, right, because this whole tablet is being displayed. I can't put the image over there. Over top of it, because that's where I'm drawing. The hardest part about kind of looking at these poses, as I kind of go through them, is like half of them aren't in poses that my brain naturally, they don't feel like natural standing holding poses. They're like challenge poses. This is not a pose a person would be in. So my brain takes an extra step to like figure out where to put things. But I guess maybe that's part of the challenge. Let's take this one. Let's try to live edit a browser source in here. A window capture. We do have existing captures. Is small browser? I don't even remember which ones these are. Small browser over here might not be Edge, so let's just create it. Let's just spill my coffee too. 1 second. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get to art right after I spill coffee I just elbowed the hell out of. Took it to the backyard and It's not so bad. It's just on my... It's on my keyboard mat. Oh, I got paper towels. What am I doing? That's the absorbency I need. Okie dokie. Alright. Now we're going to try to do all these things again. Alright, so we want to capture edge. I guess we have to make it visible. There's our source. Now, we need to bring it down and over. I guess we don't want to do too much cropping, because I want to be able to use this browser freely, and if I crop the image too precisely, what I end up with is other pictures that, you know, don't fit the frame. But maybe they do. I guess we don't know until we try. But I wouldn't mind using this as a tool later with the timer. But we're gonna pause the timer. It's in the top right. And we're gonna see if we can't deconstruct this. No, construct. Deconstruct, construct. We're gonna try to construct this person and this pose with shapes, basic shapes. Try to capture the gesture as well, which is another thing that I need to spend more time on, because I have a hard time with it. So I think one of the tools I struggle with, let's work with the blue. We're gonna add some color to what we're doing. One of the things I struggle with is, well, getting a gesture down and capturing it kind of an exaggerated way, like, oh, that's just brush size. I want to hit Control-Z a bunch this time. Alright, we've got a, you know, the circle and the jaw. The line of action, if we're going to exaggerate and try to find it, so we've got the neck, the chest is it out a bit like this? Like chest forward, arched, lightly arched back. I think we are kind of zoomed in. Do we have enough room for the paper? I'm gonna do, so her head should be, what is that? It should be about 1/5 of the length of the page, right? So do we have enough space? I'm just 5, 2, 3, kind of. We could move her up. That's a thing we can do. That's a tool. We have tools. So if I take this page, we move it, we give ourselves the room back. Thank you, digital. All right, back to the pen. Let's deselect everything, hit the pen button. We're still in blue. So the gesture, if we exaggerate, comes out, it's kind of straight line, and it's, we're gonna, comes back to the elbow, and again, I think we've got some proportions wrong here. All right, we want to do that. And this is, I mean, it's standing, like it's standing straight, but is there a way to show better motion there? Is there a way to exaggerate the pose in a way that explains it better? We're testing out some lines here. Looking straight ahead. This is more relaxed, but I guess the shoulders feel farther back. So maybe more like this line. Let's do some erasing. I'm sure there's a better method for erasing. That does feel a little short. But I think we keep the line there for now until I find the... I think this is fine. Comes down to about the knee. More eraser. Very scritchy scratchy. Alright, we got some decisions we're making about the lines. Is that it? Is it just kind of a static pose? Is there anything else that can help tell the story? Perspective problems, maybe. Like this line. This is too long. So maybe it's the wrong angle. Or we can clean that line up to there. Maybe is E for eraser? I don't... Does the tip erase? No. I did see one of the new Wacom pens, not Wacom, Huion pens has an eraser, so I can just turn it over and erase. That'll be fun. He says as if he's getting a new tablet. Also, the hand. I keep turning it over. I suddenly said the erasers thing when you turn it over works, and then I keep turning it over. This does go farther down the back, then cuts in and splays out. Can I do an outline here? Maybe too much hand, but we do have a wrist that's probably in here, and a foot that now, is that gesture? Probably not. Let's lower the opacity and see if we can't find smooth flowing lines. Let's do red, right? Like, so that we have this line here. We have this. I don't know, I'm just kind of tracing over it. We're trying to show, I'm trying to show an exaggeration of the pose. Oh, did I just draw immediately on the... I didn't even draw on the new layer. Let's try that again. Let's increase the brush size a bit. Let's give ourselves some thickness to this. You know, what would the exaggeration of this look like? Just kind of find the curves, maybe? if I hide the layer. Now, let's see, I think part of this line here is this, part of the exaggeration is this line. But this is just let's just call this line boring and see what happens when we give it some curve. And then here, something like that. I think this told a better story. But maybe it's the shoulder we're missing here. Because it's back. It's like the one thing that's back here is the shoulder. So if this line comes back like that, and then we get a straight line. I mean, it's not a curved line that way, and it's not a curved line this way. It is just a line. Same thing here, like, this is just a line. I kind of like that. Now that's telling the head's turned in that like bit. I need to be more straight on. All right, let's start with this as a base, and let's lower the opacity, get rid of the sketch lines, and see if I can't break it down into three-dimensional shapes properly. I think because we got a side profile, almost a side profile, we get something here. So let's give ourselves into blue again. And take a look. I feel like we can cube out a bunch of pieces. We can cylinder out a bunch of pieces. I even get to use layers here in a way that's useful to me, so I can worry about the what overlaps, what doesn't. I can erase things that do or don't. I think the important part is to try to visualize and break down the body. So let's start with circle. Sphere, cylinder, which in this case we're looking straight on it, so we won't have. Are we looking straight on? Are we looking a little down on it? If the eye line is a horizon, we can do kind of this cylinder shape. We have another straight on the thigh, but that's more centered on the picture. So maybe it is just a straight on. I guess we want to give it some dimension. I want to be able to see these shapes like three-dimensionally. Like represented. But this line suggests, like this shape here in the center, suggesting that the leg is going inward. But this is just a standing as straight and as perpendicular to the camera as possible. So maybe don't fall into the trap, some weird perspective trap, and we do all of our shapes simply. We do get a thigh that gets a little bigger, so this cylinder, I guess in this case it's rectangle represented by a cylinder in 3D space, kind of hits out like that. Now her torso might be a bit of a different thing. Torso and her chest. I think fortunately for us, it's sitting flat on us from perspective, say the torso, wherever we decide. So I guess, we have a shape here, we have a shape, here. Kind of box that in. If we're looking, well, again, there's no, what would the perspective of this one angle be? That's where I need to break it down. This is almost dead center as well. Like, am I crazy here? Like, are all the shapes of this thing just gonna be like this thing, this person? Kind of broken down as flat on, no perspective. Is this the simplification of this person? I do see a shape and a twist right there at the torso. Let's look at that. So over here, if I were to give this a shape and then like just a cube, a simplified cube, what we see, maybe even a taller cube, but the angle I'm kind of seeing goes out and back. Is that right? I just can't see that with the reference photo, but because we see the front plane of the chest. Let's rotate it. The box is, can use the kind of that bra line as the bottom bra line, strap line. And a perspective that shoots away from us and back. Where would the, I guess we get to choose the rotation of this box, and from imagination. Something like that. It's got a bit of a lean to it. It's kind of sticking out. That's where we're getting this curve. And we can, as I think I saw in some demonstrations, because I had to look at some demonstrations. Not many of them. I should have spent more time on it. We can add, we should add some shape to these curves. We kind of give them some oomph. Now that's just a square. I feel if we're gonna do this, right, we can stretch and contort it in this way. But I think I want to give this more oomph and life. Now this line, if we're doing some perspective, some 3 dimensions in space, that feels okay. That feels okay. It's coming across in this direction. It makes me want to add some better perspective down here, because that feels like the right angle for the chest. It's coming out in the front. I think we found something. We have discovered a perspective. It's got a vanishing point somewhere over there to the left. I'm not going to spend time shaping that up as much as I'm going to look down here. So we've got this shape. Let's start over with this line. We're going to undo what we just did. I can't believe we're on the same layer as the red line. Did I not think through this? Shit. All right, let's be a little more detailed with our eraser. We can totally clean this up. There's that selection tool. We could also be using the lasso tool. I think one of the fun things I'm gonna do at some point is see what other people are, like, just tips and tools for what they're using. Like which brushes or paint bucket. Is that G? It is G. Fill tool. Alright, let's get a new layer. Let's stop drawing. Let's constantly be new layering. We're gonna lose track of our layers, and that's fine for now. So we did get a front plane here. And we kind of have less of a front plane. It feels like her body is twisting a bit to hit this, like, front plane and then direct side view, right? So real quick, let's go back to that blue. Let's kind of sketch out the shape. I mean, we could almost bring it in as a cylinder, right? It's very cylinder-like. Let's redraw that with cylinder in mind. That was one line. Don't do that again. No, I like that line. Other than I kind of want it to be a little thicker and closer. Now, we're not looking at it that much on top, which is one of the problems. Right, so this is fine, but this is a much more shallow view. I would say if our eye level is about her eye level, we are looking at it a little bit above the line. Which brings into question the perspective of the torso. If we were to do this torso so we have this kind of thing going on, the perspective of the eye line, I guess the question is this angle. Because of this angle, we won't see what's on top. But does this look like a person's, shape? These two combined, are they telling the story? Probably not here, because this is a pinch. Let's add a layer. This line here should be, let's get a color. Let's get a purple. We did some exaggeration with the curve. What we probably have is more of a pinch here. And this is an elongating. So if we were to, beam this, we would see what? This would be more here, and then the pinch happens here, with the twist being that the left shoulder is, let's just say left shoulder's twisting backwards. Which gives us a different dimension here. So I think that line into as an exaggeration of the form. We do that there. We bring that out, right? And then that out. Okay, let's take a look. So I think this is on this layer. Let's try some erasing of that line. Totally erasing that line. Wait, where is the line? How many different layers did I draw that line on? Oh boy. Alright. Let's do the eyedropper. It's on the pen. That's a weird place. I feel it. It's getting hard to press, but good. I feel like these lines now need to bulge a bit. Tell this story. But let's, yeah, like that bulge there makes some sense. Is this whole thing bulging? Right, can we bulge a whole box? Alright, let's continue down here. So let's take this whole bad boy out. Put it back in. I think now we're cubing it. Kind of the cylinder gives us that pinch. Okay, let's move on from that. We have exaggerated the motion a bit of the arm. It does start a little thicker and gets a little thinner. I've been doing arms as a lot of cylinders. We kind of want to show it over the arm a bit. Hey, Marcelo! Hug from Brazil. Welcome. Welcome from America. Welcome as we try to break down cylinders and things. So... Hey. Seeing, if I want to follow the gestural lines, can I do... Like, does this look good? If we cylinder and, like, make it bulge? Bulge on one end, not bulge at all. It does get smaller. Let's take some lines out. What about doing like the bend? And then a line. Let's get a good line there. Let's rotate and actually get a good line into place. Hey, good luck with the lives. I appreciate it. I appreciate it, brother. Hope you're having a good day yourself. Does that feel like we've broken it down? Hard to say. Let's do another sphere. We want to... I kind of want to make this feel three-dimensional, so we're putting it kind of behind... You know, we can put it behind this cylinder. And then here, it's another cylinder. Almost flat. Like, we have a bunch of almost flat cylinders. If we're kind of keeping in mind that maybe our height is at the eye line with the model. So we're seeing some of the top of these cylinders. In this case... kind of going to there, aren't we? If we keep that same idea in mind, then these down here need some work. Although they are on a different layer, so we can... Oh man, did I lighten that up somehow? There's no way I lightened that up. Let's unlighten that up. Let's darken that back. Let's find the eyedropper. Pen tool again. We're on the deeper layer. Wow. Might have to manually darken that. Are we... That's better. Which means this gets a curve. Let's get some erasing up in here. Let's clean this up. Like, we've got this whole segment to do. Oh boy, that's right. We'd made the mistake of not changing out the gestural line segment. So we lose a little bit of that line here. Everything's just lighter. The pen tool's having some difficulties here with the coloration, but that's fine. Just trying to make it nice and clean. Let's hit the darkness of that line. Back to the pencil tool. Alright, so we did that kind of, so we come back to this layer. and kind of draw out a portion of the hand, which again, we're simplifying. And that's way brighter than I want it to be. We're gonna make that the cube. We get rid of some of these lines real quick. Let's take an actual. Nah, I feel like I need the rest of that there. Alright, so we've kind of drawn on top of, and what I'd like to do is come back here with an eraser and kind of clean up everything that's inside this box so we get the proper diminution perspective of everything that's that it's in front of. We kind of need we need more boxes here. I feel like there's a pinky and a thumb. And if we had done the layers right, we could definitely get rid of these hands, or the red lines, the gestural lines. I would love to just mute them, but layer worked bad, but that's why we're here. We are practicing all the things. I think we've got to take some of our own thoughts here on the perspective and size of these cylinders as well. Like we're going to want, these cylinder lines to be cylinders and not squares. I'm drawing right on top of the layer. Is it opacity that's doing this? It is opacity. I have the right colors. I'm just drawing on a layer with opacity. We can keep doing this until the circle feels good. Again, using the tool, holding the pen wrong. Using the tool we have, but I gotta find the limitation. This foot, let's look at this foot. Again, everything's kind of straight on. So it feels like we've got the ball of the foot and then just a straight on cube again. If we go back to like here as well, we have a circle. We could just do a whole circle here, whole sphere. Almost like the whole body could be explained in spheres because we're not working at much of a perspective. Hard to tell, hard to be sure. What tools, apps are you using? My background is in graphic design, what I went to school for, but now I'm just getting into tablet art drawing. So, what we're using right now is I'm using a Huion 16 canvas, and they're a built-in pen. We're using Paint, Clip Studio Paint. What I'm doing most days is I've got the let me see if I can find it. Where is my... What I'm doing most days is pencil, paper, traditional. Because I'd like to do a hybrid of the two. I'd like to build a good foundation and fundamentals of traditional media. And then I'm thinking what I'm going to do is Thursdays, I'm going to sit down and kind of recoup the lessons of the week in a digital media. So I build skills with the software and using these tools. So I'd say a little bit of everything is the answer. A little bit of everything. This button. Bow. My background is not in art. My foreground is slowly becoming art. I've done a few. I've started to learn art dozens of times over the last couple of decades, and I'm hoping this method of streaming it will stick a little better. Because I think that's what I'm missing the most of is time dedicated to the craft. I spend a lot of time watching, tutorials on how to, and a lot less time than I should actually doing. Is that the... Where's my pen? This pen? There it is. So, we are trying to put the time into the craft. And if I was really getting real serious right here, here's what we would do. Tilt the page. Practice good line work. Bam. Straight lines. Give me 100%. Zoom out a bit. Whew. That's the thing. That's the thing we did. Let's hit a new page. Let's start over. Can I group these? New layer, folder. Is this gonna be, I need to take the pencil. Not the pencil, the mouse. I need to take the mouse and do this quicker. Because we're getting a crazy number of layers. And noticing that there's the option for a folder will be real nice. Alright, new layer, but not a new layer in the folder. Cool. New folder. New layer. Hey, that's what I have. I bought an old one from my brother. I can't wait to get it out and use it. It's remarkably good. The little bit of research I've done is Huion is like you're gonna get your money's worth completely. Not your money's worth. Cost efficiency. The word is that Wacom's are like the best product out there, but they cost like 3 times as much, where you're gonna get like a really, really good product with Huion at a fraction of the price point. And then people are saying that their quality is catching up generation after generation, so the differences aren't noticeable, and probably only noticeable by professionals who work in the industry, which I'm not. That being said, I'm always eyeballing tech. That's my problem. I've bought more art supplies than I have hours drawing. I've watched more tutorials than I have hours drawing. We got to get things to paper. Let's scan for a couple models. Let's find something more dynamic for our pose. Wait, where's my mouse? Oh, it's trapped. See, I'm seeing my mouse right here on the monitor, but also in my OBS, so I'm trying to bring it to the right where everything's actually at. No, it's over and up and all those fun things. All right, that's dynamic. It's harder to visualize because it's unique. I do see where we can get some perspective work on the cylinders I've been using for the arms. Yeah, let's try this one. Let's try this thing. So, let's use the whole page. Let's try to use the whole page. We've got... Why can't I draw on the page? Pen. I can't see the layer. Cool. I don't want it to be in the folder. I want the folder below it. And I don't want to be able to see the folder. Awesome. Layer number 20. So our general idea, compositionally, which is the new word. I only thing I know about composition is I got to draw the right part of the page to be able to fit the whole thing on the page. So we've got the head is the tallest point, but it is slightly to the left. Maybe a little big. Right, we can kind of sketch out the angle of the face a bit, just to give me some reference. Okay. There's a, we could even put nose, mouth, eyes, but not what I guess it would help to put lines. Anyway, gesture. What is the gesture here? And when I think gesture, my brain goes to like stick figures until it feels like it captures the motion. But I've had a hard time capturing the motion. So this is, I guess, good practice. I should probably do a bunch of gesture sketches. And I think this tablet would also make it really easy to do that in rapid succession, but without going through dozens and dozens of pages. So lesson maybe next time. Maybe in my off time. We would draw off stream. That's wild. Alright, so line here. There's a line from the head to the bottom of the foot that's kind of that C line here. Kind of this. If we want to maybe exaggerate a bit, now we have the almost straight line coming from the waist. Let's get the waist out and lined up. I want to rotate this picture a bit because I'm feeling a big C curve here. And maybe even from like up here. And it goes way out, way past the toe. Let's get the rest of the arms down and really start looking, because the proportions here might be what get me. The shoulders kind of, the clavicles. Let's look for the clavicles, not the say the neck muscles. She's got large neck muscles. Kind of over here and a little bigger because it's closer to the camera, but in a kind of a line right there. And we've got this balancing pose that comes out below the waist. And then again below the waist, closer to the knee, and blah. So where are we gone wrong? Probably the length of the leg. If we hit a new layer, let's lighten the opacity of the first one. Try again. So we've got maybe more leg here. I guess we could start measuring, and that'll give us a good sense. I mean, quite frankly, we could also just kind of light screen it, put it behind, and sketch out an idea. But we're working on observation skills at the moment, and always, I guess. So I'm going to avoid that. And maybe the mistake might be, because I can see a line, but it's not prescriptive. It's not descriptive of everything we're seeing. Is this the back of the leg? These legs don't kind of gather quite like this. The line itself I'm looking at my eyeballs are hitting like the highlights of the leg and following that as a line. But we've also got like the back of the leg telling some story. Don't know what we're doing. But that's why we're sketching. You know, how do you tell how do you get the angle of this foot, right? Because it's coming forward at us and then dropping backwards away from us and then coming forward again, right? Is that, you know, a foot that disappears, a cylinder that comes back and gets bigger, a knee that's in front of it, but then a thigh that's in front of that. As I mean, the cylinder of this thigh is easy to see. Maybe not easy to draw, but I can see it because it's open here, right? I guess it is behind the knee. And then this ball, if you will, if there was a ball back here, would be behind the foot. We could show maybe the better angle, because this leg itself might be more tilted back. Let's see, the actual foot kind of does, like, has this curve at the top, comes down to, comes in, and then there's an ankle, while the opposite side comes in and then shoots out, like the shin shoots out. No, let's not get rid of that line. I think that line's important to see, and then I'm just searching and scribbling a lot over here. Bop, bop, bop. So how do we represent that better in a cylinder? How do we simplify that down to shapes? Ooh, got scratched the back scratching on the chair. I think this looks fine as an outline of the contours of the shape, but getting it down to I say the correct cylinder. So let's put a new layer. Let's again shrink the opacity of this one. Come back to here. Let's switch over to red for a minute. And we're going to do just the leg. It's in the foreground. I think we're getting an idea of kind of what it looks like. Maybe not where it's at in proportion, but maybe we use the layers and the tools to kind of resize things at a point. And look again. Because I think this contour tells me some stories. It probably tells me something like that. Now this line here of the cylinder, right? We keep doing this kind of line for our cylinders, but it's more here because it becomes more curved as we get to the edges. So if I take this over here, and let's say, how does that look for proportion? Before I get into it, how does this kind of foot line up here? Right, we've got it right under the chin in our photo, and in her photo it's a bit left of the chin. Okay, so let's Zoom back in. Take our cylinder. At that height, I think we move this whole leg a bit. Okay, so wrong layer and wrong tool. Now, we should actually be seeing, if her eye level is the eye level, we should be seeing a lot of the top of that cylinder, especially because it's going back. So this is like perspective of the cylinder. Maybe we already did see a lot of it with this oval. It comes down and, I mean, it definitely does this. Kind of shrinks, but, you know, are we trying to draw the calf, or are we trying to simplify, you know, the piece? Okay. We have a calf. Now let's do the sphere on a new layer right above it, because this is our knee. Now I feel like I'm trying to tell the story with value here, when if I kind of want to shade it in. Wow, we're drawing the worst circles. Let's try to do the whole shoulder. Let's get a tripod grip, because I gotta get out of that habit. Alright. Alright, we're gonna deal with that. That's fine. Otherwise, I'm gonna be here forever. If we, like... What? Is that not gonna fill in? Alright, I'll figure out the blending tool later. But my thought here was to use this to, like, shade in to show that we're on top of the objects. You know, do a little bit of ink work there. Maybe not like that. Let's do it. Let's do a line shade. Just kind of a bop bop. Aha, shading. Come back to this layer. I don't want to erase it yet, but is there a way to, on this layer, just do white here? Yeah, of course there is. We just did this as a circle. We can redo those shading lines. But we want the whole circle, I think, colored in. White, best I can see, because if we get to move this around later, you know, we don't want lines popping up on things. Okay, now back to red. Okay. Maybe that's a thing. So we do a new layer now, and I want to show kind of this is going to be behind, right? So we've got this like shape. Let's put it behind the layer. All right, we've got that shape that comes into a big thigh. That is not a line. That is not a line. Let's rotate our pad. Actually, I really like that second line. And the third line is the problem, because as we do this, like this needs to be more, does have more arc in it. Yeah, we're getting lots of line practice then. Let's rotate that back out and look at it. Now, what I'm seeing immediately, this is the wrong angle. Like if we were to do this at a new layer and try to do it at the right angle, at the correct angle, how different is it? Just a little. So it's more of a, maybe not that different. Let's rotate it again. I think we need to, let's go to this layer, let's lighten it up a bunch. I need to draw the whole circle because I've already done the layer work. Gotta draw the right circle because we're kind of still lining it up there, even though the line's a little different. And we need to follow the thickness better. So this line kind of being straight's fine. This one needs to be wider. And then we need to find the right curve here. I mean, not terrible. Kind of want to, let's get rid of this one. This layer here is the knee. We have a thigh. Let's do, you know, that shading mark line. Show it's a, you know, it's the underside. We'll do that over here too. Make sure this is the right layer. Maybe a different direction. That means up here we can do the same thing. So let's Control Z. Does this 90-degree, you know, difference tell a better shading story, or just look weird? Let's try the bucket tool again. Okay, so we need to, I think, increase the tolerance. Also, make sure we're doing the right layer. We don't want to refer multiple here. And then this layer, same thing. Value. What if we did like a lighter layer, like a lighter color? There it is. So we can still see the difference. That's good. I like that. Drawing spheres. We're focusing on the shapes because that's kind of where we're at. We are going to take a break. I need to get some food. We take about 10 minutes for lunch about this time every day. I need to get some food in me. Oh boy. So we can keep pushing. Be healthy. All that fun stuff. So we'll see you guys. Worst case, 10 minutes. We're going to throw down a sandwich and maybe some chips. Sounds real tasty right now. And we'll be back. Stay tuned. We're going to keep constructing, I guess. Okay, friends, welcome back. A little bit of a sandwich, a little bit of a chips, and some time away from the problem. Feel like I've had some ideas and thoughts, but really the big ideas and thoughts are, man, this is taking forever for me to draw a cylinder that I like. But I don't know if speeding it up right now is the answer. So we're happy with where that's at in proportion to the body. The rest of the body's not on the paper yet, so we'll see if that sticks around as a thought. Let's see, we have this, we have that. Let's hit the eraser over here. Oh, let's hit the eraser over here. Let's make it big old eraser. All right, back to the pen. And what I want to do is merge all these layers. Now this one we didn't like, so we can delete this layer. Let's do some layer cleanup, right? And we're gonna... Well, can we just group them in a folder? Is that better? No, this is probably fine, right? Merge. Where is it at? Merge selected layers, and let's rename it. This is a thing. Do I double click it? Do I right click it? Is there a way to name layers? That can you layer? It's called layer 22. Oh, there it is. There it is. Right leg, and we'll color code it so it's, you know, visible and different. All right. It occurs to me also I didn't finish the leg. We have definitely not avoided the leg, right? I want the whole red. Okay. So we break this one down. It's going to be a, you know, a circle and I need the image on my screen. A circle and a, let's just say, best described with a cube. Best described with a different shape of a cube, but let's try that. Let's try right here. It actually starts right about there. Things I can't do in regular traditional art. So, right about here, extends like past the knee. Almost just past it. So like, and then it's going to find its end. Kind of like this. And then behind it is another ball. I like the ball there. This line feels weird. Because it feels like it should be converging inward more. Whew. Big old eraser. And there's really no side of the foot because we're looking at it square on. So then pin, we break down the ankle this way. We get some of those ankly lines we had above, and shading. If I'm trying to not fill, I'm trying to, there we go, eyedropper. I want an eyedropper. Now I want to fill. Why don't we get the fill here? Because that's a gradient. That's the fill. It's not the dark side of the foot. I feel like it's hiding good detail too. Like, first things first. My problem is suddenly different. It's the circle. Because it needs to go behind the ankle. More. Behind the foot more. And that feels better. Alright, construction out of the way there. Let's merge those two layers. Give those the orange color again and rename to right leg again. Because apparently, maybe I have to right click the one I want to keep the name in the settings for. Alright, so new layer. Let's think about, I think the torso would feel better to think about right now. If I move this leg and line with what we have, and come back up here, and I want to put some sketch lines down. Are these also sketch lines? Yeah, they are. Let's merge those. And let's give them a blue color. We'll give this the red color. And what I want to do is, you know, almost better to feel out this right leg. Because it's big, it's there. We can deconstruct kind of the height here and the connection there. And it goes kind of like this, right? But one thing we're missing is a good curve there. A line that maybe starts behind here and then goes to a smaller line. Now that feels like the wrong angle of the cylinder. The cylinder itself seems to be more of a straight line, or a horizontal parallel to the ground line. So like a, not that horizontal. The bottom plane is horizontal. The top plane is the one that shrinks down. We get a, you know, a little bit of a circle there, and then there's a ball, then another cylinder. Comes to another point. We did the ball here before. And I mean, this is, if we cube it like we did the other foot. The perspective of the foot comes back and down, kind of like that. That feels wrong. That's facing away, so this plane is wrong. It's still kind of facing us, but it's turned so we can see the bottom of the foot. So like, feels all kinds of wrong. Maybe because it's massive. And we're seeing some for something. The foot's coming forward. In fact, the perspective on that second cylinder is wrong too, because it doesn't lose size. It's actually just, oh, excuse me. Ow. Now we are seeing it from the angle where we should get the other side of the cube, if you will, the other side of the cylinder. With the sphere. With the bottom of the foot. All right. I think we're close. And if we sketch that, where that ends up being better, there's definitely more of a straight line here. So let's zoom in, rotate. Control Z a bit more. See where this circle should be. This second line here. Oh, hello there. Good to see you again, Ross. Good luck with today's drawing. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. We decided to, you know, make Thursdays our digital day, so we were building this skill as well. Well, that's where we're at currently. Now, we ended up doing really well down here, and now that I come back and look at it, I want all of these lines to be so good and clean. But here's what we're going to do. I'm going to put down that light sketch again. And then we're going to come back over top of this. And work the good line work. If I get the placement of any of this good and correct. Now there's a ball of the foot down here, but it's also acting as the ankle. We did the ankle for the last one, so let's do the ankle. And the foot continues in this straight line. But we do see the bottom of this shape. We could probably talk about the front of it too. So if we said this was the foot, We saw the bottom of it. Okay, I think I'm rotated, so this is fine. Let's unrotate so I can kind of zoom in on the perspective here. Gosh, it almost comes more horizontal if we're going to exaggerate the expression a bit more. Can we just do the box this way? Oh boy. Hello there, I Show Speed Online. Welcome. Hello, hello. I've got my alerts turned up, apparently, through the fucking roof. But hello. Good to see you, man. Let's hit that button real quick, though. Let's, find the volume there. I know where it's at. It's over here. I swear I've done this so many times where the alerts volume is different. Boom, 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 boom. There's the follow. There's the visual and sound. It's been scaled to like 14%. We're not even going to test it because that shit was loud. Let's save the changes. Alright. Take a look again. So. I'm seeing... the bottom, but I'm not seeing any of this plane that I can tell. So that's kind of what I'm visualizing. I want to go ahead and grab it with the lasso. And then, what's the move tool? Is it just K? That feels good. Okay. Let's go ahead and deselect all that. It's good. Kind of low on nose, but kind of not. Just a little runny. A little runny. Let's grab that layer. Let's hit a new one. Let's take the opacity down of this one. And just come in and do some good line work. Now, a little bit of this is kind of breaking down the form into something understandable. But the other part of my work here is practicing the line work. So maybe I got my priorities wrong. This is just the weakness of a self-taught, self-teaching artist, teaching yourself art. So we're just going to do good clean strokes. I think we're going to clean this one a little thinner. Now this line does come in and behind, and that's a pretty okay. That feels better. There we go. We got to avoid some of this shape because it's like we're doing this kind of barely curved line, but in these cylinders it is more, it wraps around more as you get closer to the edges. So I'm trying to do that here. I guess doing it in two parts. A little rough. So that's what we're going to call that one. Almost that one. It is coming at us. I want to eyedropper this color and fill in that bit. We're going to do a new layer. This is part of it, learning all these tools. Go back to the pen. We're going to draw right above it. Kind of get a good circle. We want the white, we want the fill tool. There we go. Back to the pen. If we're looking at where the light is, you know, we're trying to do some fun little lines here to help differentiate it. Go back to the red. The light on the knee is coming maybe the same angle. Can we just do this and feels right? Hit a new layer, because again, this is getting used to the tool here. We need to find this line here. And same thing, just find this curve, maybe the whole circle at once. That's not bad. It makes me want to redo this line, but now I would have to redo all of that. Okay, let's go ahead and fill that in. Eyedropper, I think G twice gets me here. I need a new window or a new layer. We're gonna go back to the brush. We're getting used to all of these little commands. That's the wrong color. Alright, G, what is the eyedropper shortcut? I, it is just I, click, G, click. Also, not what we were doing with those lines. We were doing this. Back to the brush, pop. Okay. New layer. This line, just for a square. The idea I had on the perspective here, I have been making new layers rather than Control Z. So the idea for this was I feel like I'm seeing the bottom of the foot, but not like from like straight on. Let's get the white color. No, that's the wrong bucket tool. Back to the eyedropper. Back to the fill. Oh, I don't want to do that. I want to zoom back out. Let's rotate the photo. Alright, we're getting somewhere. Maybe. Let's merge visible layers. Let's not merge visible layers. Let's merge selected layers. Make that red again. And this one is the left leg. Now there's a point where I think I need to like speed up this process because we're shapes. Oh, you know what? We didn't actually. We need to speed up this process at some point, but it's, you know, harder than that because we're not great at our shapes. So we're gonna take our time, like for now, but one day we should just be kind of throwing these down. There we go. Bam. Bop, bop. Merge selected layers. Now we can go call this the left leg. And we're going to make this red. Matches the line at least. We need a new layer. And we need to not paint the whole layer one color. We can do this. We're working our way through. Alright. I would, wouldn't I, just leave this line. There's a magic wand. It's for the layer only. Can I select this? Alright, we're gonna have the tolerances up. Tolerances back down. All right, you know, no tolerance stuff. We have a pen. Now, the other answer would be to go back to the layers when we merge them and not merge this one. But I need the pen stroke time. I'm holding with the bad grip, and it is actually hurting me. I can't see the line. There we go. Cleaned it up. Is that all of them? I mean, there is this one here. We could do a little bit of light work, but we're not gonna. We're not gonna get surgical with it, I think. It's not the point of this. The point is for me to break down the model into simple shapes so I can see it. And then the bonus is we're drawing shapes in perspective and getting practice. But now we need a new layer, we need a new sketch. Here's our red, here's our pencil. I'm seeing, and I've been seeing, kind of a cube here. We can even give it some bouncy lines. As long as we get the perspective right. I feel like the bounciness of this line doesn't help. Like it's morphed. Let's not morph it horizontally. We can morph it vertically. In fact, I feel like it needs to be down and to the left some. Like I'm seeing the side of the torso and the plane that breaks it kind of here. Let's rotate this and zoom in and see if I can't get a better line. The problem, I think, with the perspective point I've chosen is you're not seeing the top of this line. But that doesn't mean it's not what the perspective is. Right, like I could make... Here, let's try somewhere over here. Running perspective upside down. All right, so if this is true, if that's a thing, then this next one is a bigger cube on top, right? So let's try that. I mean, there's some triangles and stuff, you know, up here. There's a cylinder for the neck, maybe, but right here, I think we simplify all of this. Big old cube. Now, the cube is going to have the same or similar, maybe slightly outward, you know, first vertical line here. Similar perspective. In fact, we got to bring it down a bit, right? Probably actually gonna have to bring it over now that I'm seeing things where they're at. Let's give ourselves room to draw that again. So we did the first vertical, the second vertical. We've got a line here, big chest, and a big box. We need that to converge a little more. Lines are hard. Freehanding lines are hard. Bam, and kind of have a... We kind of gave ourselves a curve here, whether it's necessary or not. Let's erase these orthogonal extrusions. And does that feel like we've done something? Let's continue the thought, and we'll see if that is the case. Because as I piece this together, I think we'll see. Maybe we'll see the picture. Or we'll just be, finished with the thing. All right, we've got the pen tool. Now we need the G pen. Now this line represented more the back of her neck. The whole neck is kind of here. If we want to do a cylinder, would it close off? She's got a thick, muscular neck. In fact, like, it might just be better to thicken the line. Not the line, but the width of the cylinder. But I guess we're trying to understand the body. The neck itself, what we would see in the cylinder in this photo, is it more like front facing? Right, are we getting this kind of cylinder work? Is that how the neck does a thing? I guess it doesn't matter as much because it's hidden on top of a circle that we're going to be kind of up there. So let's just give ourselves a nice clean line there. We come across with this, good circle, good line. If I taper that better. Lines are hard. Now, immediately looking up at the jawline here, that's not the angle of the head. Let's do another exercise where we try to use our tools. So, if I want to rotate this, is that what this is? Yeah. She's looking down a bit. Front of the face, kind of there. It's right over the chest. By the way, but there's a bunch of neck there. But we are saying this is the top of the chest line. Not a lot of neck visible. Yeah, hey, look at that. Look at us using the tools available to us. Did I break it? All right, I had to hit OK. All right, awesome. Let's go back to the neck. Let's get rid of some of these lines. In space, does this make sense? Like, is the head and the neck in line with the rest of the things? I think it comes a little bit. Here we go. We've got a move tool. Look at us, digitally arting. Hell yeah. Mm. Okay, so let us continue kind of like we've been doing. Kind of, get a new layer, leave the opacity of the old ones, and then kind of start. So this next one, pencil. We've got these two arms, and we've got these two shoulders. Now they are in line, kind of with the chest. We have these neck bits. Oh, did I? Which layer is this? Okay, we need a new layer. Is there a layer we're not seeing? Okay, we're just gonna make a new layer. Anyway, we've got these neck. I say bits, but there's a big neck here. You can almost draw, a line on it. Almost rest a coffee cup on those things. Good for you. Which means the shoulders, if we're gonna make them spherical, are kind of there. And there. Working from that thought, let's hit a new layer. And the arm is above the shoulder. It gets smaller. The elbow stops kind of here. Right, and it comes around. And we're going to come back to this sketch, if you will. Let's put another circle. We can see the arm on the foreground is coming towards us, but I feel like this next cylinder is almost straight on. Well, if we're looking for the top, do we have we kind of start like that? That would mean that this, from perspective, we're here with the first of them. But that gives me the impression it's going backwards. It's coming at us. Which would be... like such. Now we've got the hand, which, I'm not quite sure how we simplify this down. But let's say that this hand, I can see we kind of see the side of it, and we could view it like this, kind of. And then this one, rotated as such. I think the other way, actually. It's really tough. I did realize, I was saying earlier, I thought, for some reason, my brain yesterday, when I was working on the perspective, thought all the boxes, all the items in the view, all the boxes had to share the same vanishing point. Totally not true. How about instead, I will come back over that in a second. I want to do the similar on the other side. And really, the story we're not telling here. Let's go back. Let's really go back. The story I'm not telling here. Oh, wait. Do we go back or do we just select it and rotate it? But I feel like this whole hand, let's go back and redraw, is kind of flat. If we exaggerate it, it's flat. if we're trying to like tell the story a bit more. That feels better. Okay. And then, because of this perspective, that perspective, this line, here we go. Let's just cylinder this, I guess. It's kind of coming at us. And we could always put the ball in there for the wrist. Set a new layer and like pass it below it. Below or above. Let's color this in. Move it up. Yeah, that's better. That's better. Okay. Hit another layer. We're getting a little confusing with our layers, but a new layer won't hurt us. Writing on the same layers might. In fact, since we're getting confusing, we just said getting confused with the layers. Let us work from a known point. Right, this is, we'll call that torso and head. Right, if we merge visible layers, no, merge selected layers, and I do this, alright, so we need this layer too. What happens if we merge these selected layers? Do I get the stuff we hid? No. Okay, so this is torso. Torso, head. We give that a color, so we separate it. Now this bit, shoulders, left arm, all this is arm. Let's just go ahead and merge those selected layers. It's the arm sketch. So let's finish out the arm. Actually do the arm. We're sketching our sketch. That's cute. Alright, so the first layer is probably the one that's most in the foreground, right? So we come down here. Let's give that some opacity. And let's be kind with our lines. Let's be kinder than that. That's on the wrong layer. We know how to art. Okay. That's pretty good. I like this bit of curve. I'm going to do a little bit lighter on the sensitivity. We're going to rotate this. Lines. So I'm trying to do a few things. I'm trying to have it start good and finish good. That looks good. Back and back. Okay, so that was, I don't even think that's most in the foreground. We do have this circle now that, you know, I think should take up some space. Put it behind here, but in front of that, right? So let's fill it in. Let's do the line pencil shading bit. Maybe move it around. And then from the previous layer, right? Let's lasso out this, then move that. I would say, like, cut it. Oh, don't cut it that way. What is this? Lasso tool. Let's deselect. Let's try again. Right. Now we cut. Now we hit new, and this is how I'm going to put it in front. By physically moving it up. M for move. No, what is move? K for move. K for move. We go back to the fill tool. There we go. Perfect. Let's continue to add layers. So a new layer here. This one, we can make sure we're on the pencil and we're the full red. That feels fine. New layer. It's behind. Let's go back to this layer and fill it in. And then we'll go back to the pencil and this layer on red and give it the ball again. So we can, like, do a full circle behind here. I feel like I should start back there so that I get a good... I don't have to worry about the lines colliding. That's pretty solid. We can give it those same lines. They're all kind of going the same direction for us now, and this is becoming more of an artistic choice than a sketch one, if you will. This line is new, or this new layer is new. It's going to be behind the elbow joint. I think because it's behind the elbow joint, let's go back to the elbow. Give that the... That's fair. Where is this layer? So let's go back to the pencil. It's hidden. So we can, like, spread that out, right? Now when we go back to the painting of it. Hey. Oh well, good enough. Especially if I give everything back and zoom back out. I kind of fucked up those lines. Okay. I mean, that kind of helped him. I feel like we can probably do ourselves a greater justice. Not erasing, but drawing the white back on. And redoing the lines completely. Cool. Zoom back out. We're on a new layer. This layer? Nope. That layer. This one's behind the area. We need the pencil. We need the... Not the mechanical pencil. The one we had. Zoom it in. Let's rotate for this circle. Trying to... Here, let's do that way, because I don't want to lose the full circle like we did last time. So let's start the line, you know, out here. Zoom it out a bit, because we're going to fill that in at some point. Give us the correct angle. Zoom it back in. We need lines. Good lines. Lines that come out to, like, here. Kind of. Control Z, y'all. We're getting into it. All right. That's a fine line. Let's go with a layer above that one, because that's the arm. Let's get our circle. This one's a big one. This is the shoulder. That's a huge... Yeah, I'm pressing so hard on that line. Cool. That feels fine. Let's give it the shade. We don't want to refer multiple here. In fact, we can even come down here and do it again there. This lets me hit the pencil, hit the red again. Do some of these wild ass shading lines, like tiger stripe things we've been putting on stuff. Also, this is behind. Layers are fun. We also have a little bit of an eyedropper tool thing going here because we need to bucket fill. We don't want to refer to multiple, but I need to find the layers. That need filling. Yep, there it is. That's the problem. Let's zoom in. What if I penciled that in? I don't know why that worked so well. Oh, I guess that line was on top. What about down here? Where are we at? Where's the proper layer? What a masterful mess. So which one's this? This is the bad lines we don't want anyway. It's got to be like... How far up is the forearm? It's the very top layer. Alright, so very top layer. Gee, what happens? Alright, we didn't connect the line. So we'll do a new layer right below it. And we'll draw it in. Now, of course, this line has to keep coming down until it's behind the wrist. There it is. Art. Is the sketch lines? We can kind of get rid of those soon, but they're there. I feel like we've got like one more place I can drop a fill, but I've got We gotta get... Wait, that's the layer, right? No. This layer. I mean, we're not gonna do it there, right? Not in the circle of the thumb. They've so far been where the joints are. Let's merge these visible layers, y'all. Because all of this is the... Not the visible selected layers. Because all of this is the right arm. Let's give that a color so we know what we're doing. We don't really know what we're doing, but we're pretending. Alright. New layer. Let's make this left leg a little transparent. Well, untransparent, see all of them at some point. We'll get a good capture of it. We actually had the shoulder somewhere, and we lost it. The right shoulder. We drew them both at some point. Make sure we're on the good layer. Colors all the way red. Pen. It's a little smaller than this shoulder. Like it should be more like this. The cylinder itself is shoulders back. The hands, it feels like it's coming straight down from the shoulder, but it's leaning forward a bit, which gives us kind of this line. Let's work on that line a bit. A foreshortened line here. Of course, this line, this part of the cylinder needs some work. The whole thing should look more like that. This line. We've got the ball, where we're using the elbow. The next cylinder. We've been using, let's copy our wrist structure over here. All right, we've been using a ball, followed by a plane. This one's different. All right, we've got the, not the plane, the cube. This one looks more like that. And then spherical thumb that kind of hides behind. If I zoom out, what's wrong with this photo? What's wrong with this? And I think it's this line. There's more of a line there. So let's fix that as we start to add stuff. Let's give it a little opacity. Let's zoom on in. And art our hearts out. Way too big. Good line quality. It's gonna disappear. We're gonna hit that line. Back to the pencil. A new layer. What about the next part? Now, I feel like we're seeing less of the bottom because it is kind of parallel. which is the cylinder we need to kind of be making here. Less of a curve. Not as much, and that's a thick ass line. I'm using like probably a huge brush size. And I'm definitely feeling it in the work. Also, you know, my pressure's all over the place. Okay, a couple things I'm seeing as I look at it and I try to break it down. First is too wide at the top. It is just kind of a straight line with the shoulder. Let's keep this line here. And we barely see the other side. We do want this lighter pink we've got elsewhere. So I drop that and drop it in there. For shortened or the same length. So looking at the photo, the shoulders are kind of at the same, the biceps are kind of the same length. Does that mean the one we have is long or short? And I believe the answer is short. Let's back up some of the parts here. Put the pencil back on. Give us the red. Let's do a comparison over here. Right about there. Alright, that's fine. That's actually pretty good. Let's eyedropper this color. Get the white. Start a new layer. Not the color we want. So we've got probably a ball joint that should be about as big. I think we're drawing a whole bunch of really good circles that just fall apart right at the end. That'll work. Let's hit new. I guess since we're on pen, we could do the... Nope. New layer. Now, this hand is a little bit above this hand. The knee joint may be a bit in the wrong place. Let's get it down. This is a good layer. Right here. I feel like what we want to do is draw it here. Let's draw it here. No, we need the scale of this arm at least, because this line needs to continue. Maybe not that thick. In that shape. All right. This one. Kind of flat, a little flat. We're not seeing a lot of the circle. A lot of this plane. I wouldn't even say like, that's stubby. It's too stubby. I kind of wanted to match the thickness of the other side. Like I think we're running into perspective issues we created, proportion issues we created, because we're using the rest of our piece for reference. And if the rest of the piece is wrong, what have we done? This piece specifically, I thought we would take it and move it up. But you can see this line is bad. So let's get rid of that. Let's redraw. So we're gonna draw it off of the joint first. See, this breakdown here I kind of like, and I'm having trouble recreating that thought. That feels better, especially because we're moving it up, and we've got the shallowness of this circle over here. Oh, that's an interesting way of constructing a person. My process is a lot more messy right now since I've kind of just started on figure study. We are totally fresh. It's a lot of... I've been seeing cylinders everywhere, and I'm thinking, like... I don't know. I think I have to watch other people do this more. I think I'm intuiting a lot of stuff. So, when you say you do it differently, I wonder where I'm focusing. Am I focusing on the wrong port? Because, maybe I do need to be messier. Maybe I'm being too much of a perfectionist with the shapes. With the line quality, with the art. Maybe I need to get the general idea down on the page rather than obsess over these. Look at that, over these lines like I am. Oh God, it's so much obsession. Now, just lines. My process has all been intuition. I mean, if you're constructing, use the word constructing. It can't be all intuition. You've got to watch something, right? I don't know why I'm stuck on this circle. I think the other one feels like it looks so good. We're just gonna run that oval. We're gonna get in there and just say that's an oval. We did it. We're gonna get out of that thing. And we're going to move on. Whew. I understand. It's mostly been like quicker 5 to 10 minute studies per image. I understand the idea of breaking down shapes, breaking it down to basic shapes. And that's what after this, I'm going to force myself to do quicker. Because I feel like the more often I break it down, the better I'll get at breaking it down. I have now made this. This has taken like 2.5 hours, and it shouldn't. This shouldn't be the length. But now I feel like I'm kind of stuck in it. I'm gonna finish it, but it shouldn't be taking this kind of time. Messy is also okay. Doing line of action is a bit more messy, but it's also useful. But learning basic figures is good for finding shapes in the human body, and it helps with perspective. There says, but I've been having fun coming up with shapes on my own. 2 exercises are helpful when it comes to drawing human figures. I spent a little bit of time trying to understand gesture, because that was the first thing that the tutorial was like, hey, learn gesture, practice gesture. And I haven't quite I don't know if I've grasped gesture enough. I don't know if I grasped constructing enough. So what I like to do is to give it a try for a while, and then revisit those tutorials or watch examples of it being done and see what I can pull apart from it. But these two things have been a bit challenging. Don't worry. I also struggle with perfectionism. Yeah, we're there. I didn't think I would be beating myself up so much about it, but here we are. Here we are. All right, we're gonna make this quicker. There we go. Look at that ball done. We had a pretty good shape for the hand, and we'll move it. We'll draw it out here. And then we'll move it. And I think the thumb, we did a cylinder. Oh, let's move this like we said we would. We get it over there. Oh, you know what? I'm seeing it now that I've done it, is we didn't construct it long enough. That's a good catch. That feels better. We did have a... Go ahead. I dislike that the blending tool is the first thing when you hit G. So we come down here with the pencil. Nope, too big. Thumb, this is just a thumb. Right there. Okay. Now we hit G twice. Give that a white background. Hit K, move it. Nope. GG. Fill it in. Okay. Is it filled in? Yes. Oh boy. When did we do that? What is going on this thing? If I move it around. We didn't fill it in, we drew over top of it. That's fine. It's a dumb thumb. Now it's a gone thumb. And that's white. That's what we did. We drew first with white, and then we went back on it. Perfectionism is a tough thing to shake. Actually, the project that I'm working on is kind of about perfectionism, among other things. Would nice. I've always want to make some videos about it, but I'm still too scared. Yeah, what's the project? I'm curious to know too. GG. White. Fill it in. K to move it. Thumb. Right arm. What did I need? So we need to find the shoulder. Hit that line. Get the pencil back. Give it the kind of the spherical, quick, handy curvature line shading bits. I think we put it all together. We get rid of any of these lines that are... Can I see? Yeah. Merge selected layers. That is the right arm. This is a silly layer. This is a sketch layer. The right arm goes behind the torso and head, which we now need to like fill in. Let's mark this one red, torso and head right here. Let's go ahead and make everything full opacity. I think we have to do it individually, don't we? Oh, I merged the torso and head. in a way that was darkened. Not darkened. Opacityed. Here's what we're gonna do. Redraw it. Works like a sketch now. Works like a sketch layer. That's fine. But we can be quicker about this. I'm feeling the end of this sketch. So we're gonna put the lines down. I say sketch. Holy shit, this is not a sketch. I spent the kind of time on it you wouldn't spend on a sketch. You know what? Here we go. Probably except for that line, which is... These lines have some weight to them. Oh, geez, I hate everything about all these lines. See, we're putting too much pressure on ourselves. Perfect. Less perfect. What was that? Oh, I'm blending again. Is that not... What am I doing here wrong? Oh, because the torso and the head are all kind of together. I can't just... There it is. They're not separate shapes on separate layers. This one should be fine, though. That one... I think we need to close a gap right here, but with red. There it is. Ba-da-da-da-dum-bum-bum. And the right leg in front of the right arm, or the left leg in front of the, like that. And then this is the left leg here. Like that. Aha! Oh no. Oh. A Celeste mod. Ooh. That's a project. I thought a lot about the story. It's about letting go of imperfect projects, self-acceptance, and, you know, transformation and growth. So, the things that... And let's create a new... Let's folder this. Let's, new folder, and we'll talk a little bit about that. Probably going to put all of them in a random order as we do this, but that's fine. We did the thing. Is it alright? Can I live with it all being weird and wacky? Right leg is behind, in front of, I guess the sketch layer is invisible. This is the left arm. Where? Wait, that's the torso. Left leg needs to be more in front. The left shoulder, left arm, the whole left arm, which is where? right here. I call it the right arm. All right. Anyway, general ideas. Talking about imperfect projects, self-acceptance transformation. There's something to be said about doing a lot of these swiftly and perfectly, and understanding the process and breaking down. Like, the fact that these were perfect cylinders, not perfect, these aren't perfect. The fact that I spent time on, say, the cylinders was good practice with cylinders. In this, fuck, we got a thought here. But remember, I'm thinking out my thoughts. These are not thoughts of an expert, because clearly this is where we're at. All right, but with anything, the skills I practiced here weren't breaking down the form a lot. I broke down like a form. You know, I had the general idea pretty quickly, and I spent all the time trying to make lines. The most practice I got here today was making lines, and the software. We're using the software. We learn the software. We're learning the lines. That is the greatest proportion of the practice I feel like I got in today. If I wanted to practice cleaner shapes and three-dimensional shapes in perspective, we would have drawn more shapes and more, just more shapes in perspective, different perspectives. If I was trying to break down the human form, we should have drawn more forms today. And that would have given us the reps in that process. I think I was trying to tackle a bunch of different things at once, and I feel like construction is a good way to tackle perspective and shapes and line work, but I probably focused a little too much on the line work at the detraction of the other bits. You can see parts of this, I think I nailed, but I only got to do one big rep in like 3 hours. It's one of the reasons I thought like gesture work would be a great use of my time, but I have pages upon pages of me not understanding gesture, because maybe I'm doing them too quick and not slowing down and learning from it. So we're digesting some of day 4. Firepaw is from Warriors in the Wild. Draw. Check out the cleaner shrimp for I'm finding Nemo. Draw Firepaw, getting clean up. Sorry, I'm not really doing requests, but hello and welcome, M Young. We're learning. I'm tackling a lot of things: lines, perspective, shapes, construction. Oh, and also the software. This has been fun. So what did we start off with so far? I've got like 2 hours left. We started with... Is this all? Oh, I guess we have a whole folder full of things that are hiding. And they're... the other posts. This is the second post. See, this was faster. We should do something more like that if we're gonna get a little more done with construction and understanding the form. That's right, I did some perspective. We did some line warm-ups. Hey, we did a lot of warm-ups. We did a whole bunch of different warm-ups. This is fun to be able to come back and look at these things. If we could put more... we fill in this in different places. This guy will pop. This gal will pop. Will it pop? Oh, I can't really pop it on the... Here, if we combine all the layers, except for sketch, let's deconstruct. At this point, we're playing around, and that's something you got to do, right? You got to play. Hey, there it is. I can make my little doodad pop. Oh boy. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. I'm gonna freshen up the soda. We'll come back and we're gonna put a timer. How about that? We're gonna put a timer on the art. We got all these poses we could just do on a 2-minute timer and see if we can't knock out a bunch of construction. BRB. Okie doke. Oh, the heated blanket's off. Or turn that sucker to level 2. Alright. I think we need to refresh the line of action. Not refresh the page, but change the settings. Because it's currently set to 10 minutes. Figure drawing. Covered models, all genders, adults. 2 minutes. Warm up gives quick gesture and then ease longer poses. No class mode for us. What we want to do is put some analysis and get something down and move to the next one. Let's get a new layer. Let's hide all the old layers. And get drawing. Hey, it's you again. Using this page, I'm going to have to find some other... I'm getting a lot of the same people. Done this a little bit. Alright, let's go with a purple this time. So we've got a head, it's kind of tilted in. The line of action, let's see, the shoulders down the middle. This leg in and down and up. Kind of this. Right over here. And down with the arm. Kind of here. Hands kind of in on itself, right? Okay. If I was going to break that down, we have our circle, our cylinder. This comes out this way. Kind of shortened there. We have a shoulder in the back with a... It's going away from us, so we're going to see the part of the cylinder there. We were doing this with circular elbows. I don't see a reason to stop. But then the angle here is coming at us again. And there's just more livelihood to the arm than we can currently handle. This is almost straight on the camera. I drew this line. I don't know why it suddenly got 3 legs, but I don't know why she has 3 legs. I got 6 seconds. All right, we'll stop there. Draw cylinder. Bop, bop, bop. Clear it. New. Okay, so gesture here. Triangle hand that comes down. We want to exaggerate. So we have the line to there. Shoulder, kind of more in line with this arm. It's a one big line here, right? So up and over. And then follows down and around. And then this line here and down, up and over. All right, if we were breaking that down, maybe the torso. We can see the torso itself it's a bit twisted. So we have a front plane that we can see, and a side plane that kind of comes back. I don't know if I represented the twist in any of this as much as I just drew a cube. But it sits with a shoulder, say a sphere in the front, and it comes down with the cylinder. That actually extends past the body and then back up, shortening into, what we're just going to put another cube here for the hand. Now the neck and the head are kind of in this space. The hand probably comes up a little more. New. Oh. Okay. This person, head kind of tilted. We have shoulders that slope to the left. The line of action seems clear enough. Or at least the center line comes down. And we have this, like, I guess the hips bunch in. One foot in front of the other. This way and in. And the other foot down and around to there. That about right? We get this bit of an expressiveness in front of the chest, but also down and up into here. Of course, take out that line. If I was deconstructing the torso, we've got kind of the twist and the crunch in there. So we could represent that with, what's that, two cubes? Line there. It's almost front facing. Feels like we get a lot of that. If we can get the converging lines to look like they're converging. Give ourselves a little bit of space in here. Okay, new page. This gentleman is facing to the left. His body kind of crunches in on itself, but we see the line here as the leg comes down. Kind of a flat foot, but his shoulders, I guess the torso, I mean, he's torso's facing the camera again. Look at the line out here. Kind of hand in front of his face. Maybe even a little higher than that. For deconstructing a torso, the front face of the lower torso, so you have to say that's a cube. I mean, if I worry that I will just end up drawing a bunch of cubes underneath bigger cubes, right? For all these torsos, where we're not getting any gestural lines with them, right? So we could probably try to draw cubes that kind of have motion to them to help express what's going on. Upper torso, bottom torso. I mean, this is a very small torso. It should probably be up more. Okay. All right. We have a lady sitting in a pose. For my day, Indian style. More recently, crisscross applesauce. It's hard to see. We can use maybe the, see where the crunch is here in the torso. The legs, how are we seeing those? Comes out the torso, maybe they have to move up. So like more like this. And then kind of trying to draw what I see and not what my mind thinks it sees. Kind of tough here. This comes back, palm over and down. This one's foreshortened, right? Because it's coming at us, so most of the areas there. That feels in the ballpark of the shape. Maybe not what we were going for, but you know, light sketch here. Feels fine. Hello again, muscle lady. I think I've tried to do this pose before. Alright, we've got the head here, trying to do the direction she's facing. We get a short line for the shoulder that comes up. And if I can just get this to feel like the right line, I'll feel better. But this one is right here. Now, the pose feels like it's see if we can't get that feeling of the tippy toes that she's on. I feel like we're adding too many lines to keep it as a clear idea. And if we exaggerate that line a little bit, I don't know if we add that thickness in to the torso. And we don't actually have the other line to mess with. Like we missed something there. The hips are flat. My eyes want to carry up, I think, because of the strap. And we're not, if we're exaggerating. New page. All right, he's sitting down. Let's get our prop in here. Maybe that'll help. Sitting down, head a little to the left. Whole body, this line of action. Knee coming up and over. The other one. Again, I think we're doing a pretty okay job of exaggerating that. Head should be a little bigger. We have I feel like we have a good box here. Like, we see the plane of his back, and then we definitely have some side. Like a portion on the side. Definitely broken into, like, 2 boxes, right? We could totally break that up into 2 boxes. For the upper and lower torso bits. This one we can maybe... no, I think we don't thicken it as much as we prepare the shoulder in here. It pops up a bit. And this one pops down over here somewhere. What about the leg? I'm I mean, assuming we see the back end of this leg, maybe not even that much. I think I'm breaking the leg down poorly here. We get the knee bit. Okay. New. Speeding through. Let's see. Get a nice circle for a head. I think I can see the gestural line kind of stepping in. Because he's leaning forward just a bit. That's a line. I don't know if the shoulders do well to add to the lines, but they definitely. Ooh. No, we want the pen still. I want to back this one up a bit. So I think we can see that drawing motion here. At least the one he's trying to mimic. And then just looking at the hands, trying to give a good outline. Something like that. If I was breaking this down into... that torso is kind of just straight on. We'll keep drawing the same cubes in different directions. What else can we do to kind of dissect this? Okay. New. We have a ninja. Very dynamic pose. In fact, we can start with the heads a little lower. We see the shoulders are out. Shoulders actually out and down. Like, that's a line. That's a good line. This feels correct. This kind of shoulder power here. It is foreshortened. Let's kind of give us some visual there. I see this knee. I feel like we've got like this action going on here. And we could probably, you know, find the shape of this kind of here. Is that raised? It does look like he's got a more of a raised, you know, shape in here. Ball comes down. We're drawing what we think we saw, not what we saw, because this is a kind of a it's a line that comes down, and then there's a flat surface of the foot, right? That is the knee. This is the hands. All right. Very static pose. If we're exaggerating, we've got like a head tilt. We've got, I say static only because the legs seem up and down, but there is something here to the arm. And then here to the arm, and that's that. That's that. That is that. Now let's do the bean. Right, so we have a circle. She's more or less standing straight up. There's not a crunch on either side. There's, you know, a hip, 2 legs. You know, it's a person. They have those features. But let's break down, say right about here and here. Almost, I mean, there's shape here, but there's almost a lack of shape if I think we follow the exaggerated bits. And we're just doing our cylinders again, aren't we? Yeah, body's made up of cylinders. We should do more cubes. We should do more cubes. Cube. Cube. All right. Okay. We've got a head. It's looking down, so we're not getting a lot of the. It's probably a circle behind us. Pair of shoulders. We're actually getting a chest that cuts it off a bit. Arms that feel like they swing out and back in, and then almost straight down. All right, the torso comes in a bit over, and then the legs are coming back down and over, down and over. Like, I don't know where necessarily let's do the thick lines here, kind of show that they're in front. It's foot and foot. The waist. I mean, I'm not entirely sure how to get all of this down. In fact, we're way off with these legs, because they come down and then they go back up, and then they come down to like there, and then they come back up. Maybe the arms are too big and the proportions are wild, but I barely know what to do with this. We're just gonna sit this one out for a minute. Okay. Next, head's kind of looking up. In fact, let's go bigger. We got more space than this, right? Heads like this, looking up. We've got a line of action of what, like a big. The torso leans back. We've got this good straight line echoed here. Good shoulders almost like in front of the head and up and a little over. All right, very much flexing pose. Definitely more to the legs here. We've made huge heights here. We could do our shoulder kind of in this way. That was a much bigger shoulder than that in comparison. a line here comes in, and actually that's it's bigger. Like it's way bigger. The shoulder is than the line we've created. We're gonna sit on that for 5 seconds. Hit the next one. All right, guy again was reaching for a sword. If we do. Kind of his shoulders, his arm swings back and in, and this one swings over. We've got this kind of action with the hand. Kind of the same thing here. His torso, I mean, blocked out shoulders. They really have this roundedness to them. And he's just got a kind of a standing pose. That's a foot. A little bit of a bend to there. Flat surface. If we give ourselves the waistline, probably not the waistline, it's probably higher. Somewhere in the center here. And this we've got to get this a little more pronounced here if we're gonna exaggerate the gesture a bit. This line, oddly straight, or doesn't feel dynamic. Doesn't feel like it's singing to me. Maybe that's the word. Can break this down, and we'll go next. Okay, baseball bat coming straight at us. So, got the shoulders are tight against the head, and they're very, very pronounced in this curve. Go ahead and kill that inner line. I mean, almost coming in at us. Let's get this bat out of the way. I mean, it's the biggest, easiest cylinder. It's gonna drag across the face. All right, we can do this again. Just kind of cleaning up the line so I can see where things are, but let's not spend too much time on it. We've got this grip. It comes down. I mean, it comes down to like right below here. So we've got these lines, these lines that come in. They're in front of us, so this is that part of the cylinder. Now we're well past where we would find an elbow. We didn't get it. That's some smooth line art over there. Hello there. We're doing some of the things we are worst at right now, but I appreciate the kind words. I live off them. I live off of compliments. All right, so really the lines I want to see. We put ourselves on a 2-minute timer because otherwise I spent way too long doing some breakdowns earlier. So we are we're having some fun. There's definitely some hands there. All right. Hey, this guy again. We've seen him a few times. I'm gonna stretch my hands out for 2 minutes and let this flush itself out. Let this one go by. Oh man, yeah, we spent 2.5 hours on trying to break down or construct a pose, and we spent so long being a perfectionist on probably things that we weren't trying to focus on. And I've now just put a 2-minute timer on it. We're going fast. Going fast. Now, the hope is we're focusing on the correct things day to day. We're not, spinning our wheels. But it's completely possible that day after day I'm spinning my wheels on kind of the wrong stuff. Oh, man. How long have we been doing this session? I don't know. I guess we can count how many pictures we have in 2 minutes times that. Alright, almost 30 minutes. That's pretty... It's a good start. Another 30 seconds. So we did bounce around yesterday with construction, but we realized our perspective and like line art was pretty rough, so we spent some more time on that today. We jumped back into construction, kind of the idea that it'll give us something to focus on with the perspective, line work, and the shapes. But then we got too involved with the shapes. We might be too involved with the construction now. I say construction. We'll talk out loud on kind of what's going on here, but let's do. So we do the head, and we find like the gesture, right? So maybe not construction solely, but we've got this slouching body. If we were to kind of put that to lines without committing too much to that line. Shoulders come back. Right above the arm, right above the hips. And this is more, we need shoulders more about there. So it comes close to the body and kind of out. So I saw immediately a shape I want to try, and there's two, I want to say cubes here. She's got this hunch. We do like probably the stretched back and the bunched together front, but also the perspective on, it's not straight on to the side, so I'm seeing an angle and I can't quite capture it in my head. Like this is not like skewed. Alright, don't spend too long on it. Alright, gentlemen, gentle dude, what do you got? We've got a head that starts, looks back. I don't know why we want to capture specifically the direction of the shape, but just do what feels right. Now he's looking backwards, he's twisting his head. We've got this almost straight up line, but we're gonna exaggerate. I think the twist here comes down to here. We get the foot. Maybe more line, more foot. It comes from the center line here, comes back again. We get kind of a flatter piece. So this line feels here, that one there. Now what is he doing? Here. Is that a distance? It's kind of the right distance. We're aiming for right around here with the hand. and I feel the line here, and I feel it there for some reason. Like it wants to come out and then back in, but that's not what I'm seeing. What I'm seeing is wants to come out and then out again. But I want to follow that forearm instead, so we will do kind of that shape. Okay, let's do the next one. Okay, so we have the line up here. This one comes across the body. It feels like a C shape, and another one here. It means the shoulder comes across. Honestly, most of the shapes on the members are made out of cylinders. See, and that's what I thought when I started doing things, when I started like trying to work out construction for myself. I just felt like I was just getting too many cylinders. So that's good to hear that I'm not crazy. This line's what it feels like necessarily, not what I'm seeing. Because there's just like here and here. There we go. That feels better. That feels like it tells the story better. Of course, lots of cylinders up and down. Are when people are constructing torsos, are they also mostly using cylinders? Because I've seen a little bit of both. Now this line here could be a little better. I see something different here. I'm exaggerating now, but this elbow feels right coming out, and there's some proportion issues. I'm gonna let that timer go. Okay, so here we've got a shoulder. Yeah, all this is still very new to me. Very, very new. I mean, we've got such a good pose here. The body comes down and then over. It comes kind of the leaves out of sight. I don't really. There we go. This way. I'm seeing that curve. Man, foreshortening gets me a lot. Let's try starting with the shin and then bringing that short line down. Oh, we're doing torso here. He's just got a grip on a thing. Really went big with that hand. Dawn, I way back on the stream and didn't notice. Oh yeah, that's fair. Welcome to live. I assume you meant damn, but I like Dawn. All right, let's pick a shape. So we've got the bicep, which, you know, we draw kind of that cylinder out here. It's about that shape. Do another, you know, cylinder that gradually gets a little smaller. You know, and then we go to the next one. Okay. Let's see. So we've got this. I feel like the hands here play a super important role in what I'm seeing. I'm trying to restrict the hands to a triangle that I can follow with my eyes and paints the picture still. I mean, this one's not, but so much of the figure is covered. If he's standing straight up, you know, with, I assume a line, lines and lines, right? Oh, now I see what you mean by line work. I did spend a lot of time making good-looking lines. Way too long. Way too long on that. It became more about the line art and the software than it did about construction. Yeah, I'm gonna let this one sit. This one's wild to me. We'll do a cube while we're at it. Trying to do some convergence. That's like the cube I keep drawing. But if I want to tumble that a bit, I think I need to be able to like describe a rotation of the cube and then draw it. But we've got some work to do on that one. Okay, so slight tilt of the head back. We have a nice line of action here that I see comes out with the chest and down with the leg. That was rough. Let's do that with a nice clean line. Now this foot a little more in front, we've got shoulders under the head. We are all kinds of out of proportion. But that's fine. Let's not beat ourselves up. Let's try to see what we need to see. Let's try to observe what's happening. And it is, I mean, it is this line. But you know, how do you connect that? I guess the line's here. Alright, we keep that smooth. Exaggerate maybe this line is just the S. Is that more telling the story? Alright, we have this motion out. It is in front of the hand, so it's more out here. Gesture. Not even once. Yeah, a lot of the same models. We have to find a second site. Feels like I'll go through all the pictures. Alright, circle. We do... It says twist. There's a twist here. There's a shoulder that comes up and around. It's in front of the face. Maybe more an arch than anything, because his hand comes back up behind the head. What do we have here? Like S curve, another S curve. I think we went a little long, so we'll try to bring it in with the hand. Yeah, fingers. All right, but I guess what we're seeing... You know, this is kind of where I'm struggling. Like, how am I supposed to capture this gesture? Because it ends up being like a line through like a stick figure, and I think I'm missing some of the motion in the line, I think is the right way to say it. And this would be a good one to try to put a torso to. So let's continue with that thought. Pause it for a minute because I see the twist. I can see where we might construct this torso out of, 2 cubes. I need to see it. All right, so let's say 1 cube. The big focus on the cube will probably be the back plane, right? So we've got this front plane for the chest. It's got a big, shoulder in front of it, right? A little big sphere. The back's twisting. Like I kind of just want to start this line here, but this feels like I'm just drawing the same exact sphere every time. Where I think it might be more like this. Give that some foreshortening or some convergence. Right? So we see like the shoulder, and again, like right here, rising a bit over and really covering most of the plane here is the shoulder. And this box, I would still rotate it this way more. And it's twisting. I can see I can see the front plane of the abs. Let's look at the abs. They're very shallow, right? Is that the right? It's very shallow. Then the back isn't at this angle, is it? Like I'm trying to put the, I guess we could, it's a cylinder, like that one's easy, right? Taking a shortcut there, but I'm trying to find where the front plane is, and I'm using that like highlighted section of the abdomen on the left side. I guess you can't see it as well as I can, but that's fine. We don't have to focus on it, but right there on the center left of the abdomen, the little highlight. I was seeing that as more the, this bit. And I am struggling. This might be what I can work on in the future, is constructing this cube at an angle other than, this. And even this angle with the 2-point perspective, is something I'm not doing often. But what if it was a different angle? And I'm probably gonna have to put that against some paper and work on that. Put that against a horizon line and a vanishing point, and just draw all the boxes and look at them. I've got to like understand them a little bit more. All right, let's hit the next one. So I never see width well because everything I'm drawing, trying to capture like motion line, right? It's always this. It's always this like stick figure, and if I could get the difference down between, gesture and stick figure art, I think I'd be in a good position. Right, like he. I mean, he feels like I could put a box to him, right? Like he's box-like. This very, like you see the shade and the shadow in the, in the box. Not that it's centered on anything useful. This line should probably be here. The top of it should probably be down here. It should be, probably wider for him too. Comes out to where his shoulders are. And before you know it, we can't read anything we've got on the paper. It actually gets a bit wider at the, we went down a little bit. And does that construct him? Maybe. But we gotta move on. Alright, he's got the appearance of a pull, where he's pulling something. We've got this short shoulder line that comes back and up over the arm, and it gives us a good fist. The shoulder itself, again, a little bit foreshortened, and then over. He's got a grip on it that kind of comes down, and he's pulling the object. If we were to pull that line through there, he's pulling the object. The line feels like we're doing this. There it is. Okay. I feel like we hit something there with the hands. Like I can tell what it is, which is often a problem with where I'm putting these lines. Like I can tell what's going on, at least with the arm. Even if the rest of it's hard to see. And now we cover it with searching lines. What's a good shape? Like that front thigh right here. Are we just gonna draw a cylinder and say we constructed a thigh? Probably. I don't know if you've seen this stream yet. We don't know what we're doing. But I guess we can see that the angle of the leg changes. All right, this is a pose. I can visualize this. So we've got kind of the shape of the jaw comes down, and he's looking behind him. He's twisting. We've got this kind of pose here with the hand and then a foreshortened arm that comes up and is holding a gun. I think we're slowly getting it. I think you're right. We might be getting there. I can see the twist, but when I follow the middle line of his body, it leans like this. It doesn't feel like a straight line. What if we brought it in? Would that give us the twisting, or do we need like the S curve? I think we need the S curve. Like maybe not that big. We have this motion here with the leg and then back down deep with the foot there. Yeah, okay, I'm seeing that one. Once I put the curve in it, that felt pretty good. There's probably something better here with the shoulder, maybe not as far, maybe bring it in a bit, but I like that. For the pelvis, I generally use a horizontal line, helps to understand the angle. Are you kind of like I do with the shoulder? Is that what you're saying? Like, in this one, we'll get the head, we can see the shoulder. He's got like an invisible boom box, but kind of a shoulder line. The waist is a little smaller. I don't want to follow the line of the underwear, but it does look like this, maybe. He's leaning back, and maybe I didn't see that right away. Is he leaning back into the left? Like this? With this? We're gonna exaggerate. See if I can see what I'm trying to see here. Shoulder, feels very similar to the last pose. Oh yeah, no, I see this right here. This whole arm just hangs down. Probably not where the arm is, but it's kind of what I'm seeing. Now the arms, let's do what we're seeing. Yeah, I think this line of motion here tells the story. Okay, yeah, like that, the horizontal line. And this here, this shape feels good. We might box, if we were to box it in, or at least, you know, give him that like rib cage look. That looks rough. And we move on, because I'll spend too much time otherwise. She's super far on the right. We're gonna give her the center. I'm assuming compositional reasons, right? The only thing I know about composition is it's has to do with where on the paper it is. So I feel like this arm is telling a lot. Let's get just the shoulders. Wow, I feel like there's curves I'm trying to put into these lines that aren't showing up. Now this hand wants to be flat. I feel like it's flat, even though we see the palm. And this one I struggle with. I can see the legs kind of move, you know, kind of in and down and kind of flat. And then this other leg just kind of hugs it in a nice flat line. So we get the hips are about the width of the shoulder. We can do that. You know, we can give that line there's just a center line. I'm gonna listen to my flow there with that hand. All right, 7 seconds. Okay, so this is a good one. I feel like when I do something like this, I can feel that I've reproduced the gesture in a way. So we're going like out, over, in with this side, over. All right, we can even Give ourselves a little bit of a... Oh, they come in too. This one's shorter. Go back to red. So this one feels... I don't know why I was gonna do that with the hips, kind of this U. I mean, because the underwear shape, right? This all feels very triangular, but this line comes in, this line comes out, and then foreshortened a whole bunch. Maybe not that much. Oh my gosh. Okay, I can't see it. I can't see it at all. Let's look at that left leg. So it comes down, down, comes in. All right, we've got the deconstruction a bit. And then what we're seeing, I think, is this foreshortened cylinder on the back. And something like that. All right. Bam. Bam. Oh. Stretch, stretch, stretch. Stretch, stretch, stretch. All right. Head. I mean, looking away from me. Circles. Yeah, if we do this more, you know, the circle looks better. All right. The back, it's a almost an angular sloped shoulder. I don't want to try to draw a neck. I don't know why I made it so big. We're working with it. We're working with it. All this disappears behind an object, behind a chair, and then oh yeah, that's the angle. That's what we see. Let's see. So it comes out no farther than here, no farther than just past the hand. It comes in at an angle. Twice over at the mid forearm, even kind of like this. Something like line of action. Wow. All right, next. Last one, I think, and I'm going to stretch my hand out a bit. Ooh, all right, so this one, at the front of the chest, is in and twisted. We've got this nice action motion. This should be capturable, right? This should be super capturable. I mean, I wouldn't say capturable. The lines are on the paper. All right, let's see. Let's clean up where I think the biggest errors were. We've got this shoulder line. I don't think it's as long as I gave it credit for. And this one, definitely not. What we have? We have this torso, big shoulders. Torso, kind of, the front plane looks like it's here. I'm gonna pause on this one. Pause. In fact, the torso, if I'm gonna give the torso some line work, right? The outline, the contour, comes out in front of the shoulder. Let's get the hips in here. They more or less go shoulder to shoulder, right before and right in the middle. We get a kind of a line there, maybe even more to the arm. And then almost, I mean, we're not gonna say straight, there's definitely detail here. So if I want to take that and give the torso a shape, I'm seeing the front of it right here. I mean, way up here as well. Is that a shape? Is that can I make that a cube? I know cubes could be morphed and pulled. We're doing the side plane here. We've even given it this little human-esque curve. If I wanted to this assumes we're looking from under and up in this direction. If we're looking at it straight on, and we're kind of seeing it from the left, what would that do? It would go in like this and around. I think we can do that a little better. I like where that lands. Okay. This also means we've got a twisting shape for the rest of the torso. I mean, that's not even the right angle. That's more frontward, isn't it? Because the line in the middle of the chest does kind of that. Until it's, you know, directly on the front plane, which does give us kind of a flat surface to work with if we just drew this cube, which flat looking right at the camera, I think. I do have trouble when I'm working with boxes of different perspectives. But this one gives the impression, so if this is the side, let's think about this out loud. This is the side. This is the side. In fact, let's fill those in like that. That gives kind of the right impression, but the only thing I'm seeing I don't like is how shallow this side is. And in fact, I really love how this is shading. that really helps me wrap my mind around it a bit. I think what we have to see is this line here. Let's get a new page because we're getting smarter at that. It's got to come down to there. Like, it's got to be in with the twisting. Let's zoom in, give my page a bit of a tilt, and see if I can't, like, make that line come to life. So, like that. which gives us this line, that line. This line, that line. I think we bring it back to match the... No, we don't. It can be distorted and stretched, and it kind of is. That does mean that that line exists, I think. Let's do some erasing. Let's put it together. No, I mean that's twisted and warped. This one feels like it's telling the story a little better, even if that's tough because I think I've boxed in my mind this chest in this fashion. Like you know, we kind of have the chest muscles. However they're shaped. We haven't done the anatomy bit yet. Kind of box those in. And we definitely saw this line happen. Which is the side. So I guess this actually, yeah, this line here. Okay, nope, I see it. This line here, right, does not line with this one. It's that the chest, the middle of the chest, as I'm seeing it, we already did this line, lines up there. Now, does that mean it's the front plane? I don't think so. But tells us something, yeah. Let's add a couple of layers onto this. Let's do some red. All right, let's draw kind of our shape real quick. Let's see if we can't quickly. Wait, what did I just do? See if we can't quickly draw this out. Almost straight on. Right here. This feels like maybe the red. Gets a little bigger. If we were to do another ball joint, maybe thicken that line a bit over here. This side over here, I would say the arm is behind the shoulder. Do we represent that this way? Is that perspective? Comes to a smaller line. One more ball joint. Same here. Ball joint. We're just doing balls and squares. And this one's probably a cylinder. It starts kind of on top of the neck. Alright, we would draw it maybe like that if it wasn't going to be, underneath the neck. Which, we're simplifying as a circle. We could even maybe simplify it as a head shape. A head shape as he draws, just an egg. That's not bad. That's kind of close. We get a we'll get up whatever the bottom shape should be. You know, I'm always tempted to just be like, it's a circle because it's a butt, and draw the cylinder over that, and then a ball. The knee. I think perspective is something we're not doing so hot here. We're struggling quite a bit with. I do think if we're doing kind of what overlaps with what, we end up with looking directly at the foot, but just a tiny bit of perspective. That's hard to get without zooming in. Hey, thank you, Arts. Inazio Arts, I appreciate it. I want to say that we don't see kind of this. We get to the knee, which is about here. And our... well, that's rough. No, this line clearly comes up that way. And this gets thicker. We got the sphere that's in here. There's probably a sphere behind it. Say we're looking down on it, so we're not going to see this, and we probably don't see it there either. In fact, this looks like we're looking right on it. Like our eyes are above the sphere, but we're looking kind of straight on it. If I'm saying the vanishing point is like 1 point perspective, kind of where his eyeball is, right? Like, is that what we get? Is that more like what we get? Is that the better perspective line? Just kind of, we've got to bring the curve in on the cylinder, draw the straight lines rather than this meaty looking thigh. And you know, if you just draw your crazy ass searching lines over it thicker and thicker, you get somewhere. If we really want, we delete this, but there we go. Like, clean it up. You gotta remember to lift the pen sometimes. So my Control Z isn't back to the Stone Age. Cool. From here, I feel like the knee's kind of tucked in. Not that we're doing like very simplified. And that's, I think we need another angle. Cause this is fine, but like my whole paper is twisted, tilted, so it's getting a little more difficult to see the lines. Some of those lines feel good. Some of them feel good. So we've got to, okay, so this is what I kind of keep doing. But I know that the cylinder has more of a curve the farther it gets in. But for now, let's focus on getting this kind of sketched in. I mean, we could see, I can see what's happening here. This section is shrinking too much. Small, when you compare it to kind of what's going on over here, especially very rapidly right here. In the image, it definitely scales down, but I feel like I've done it a little too much. Now, I think we're seeing more of the bottom of the foot here. And from that perspective, I guess if I'm looking at it, what do we just see? This? Yeah, let's try to draw that cube out. So first thought was kind of this perspective. I think I'm seeing more of the side of the foot than that. I can't imagine any planes where we're gonna see the left or the right of it. That just makes it harder to draw. And I guess I could change pin size to really get this. But also, we can clean up the edges, give it more of a line. Let's get rid of this, searching mark in the middle. All right, let's say that. Almost. We got two little bits. There, all there. Okay, so I feel like we hit something with the torso that felt really good. Like we identified, it looks like a three-dimensional shape. I can see the chest. I can see the twist in the torso. There are still some questions that I have about kind of, this area, as it applies to where I've chosen to work down here. The rest of my cylinders, trying to get I see the illusion, the proper illusion of, this limb here being behind, this one, goes this section, the torso and the head and then the arm are kind of stacked, but we're only getting that illusion because of what we're doing in here with the overlap. And even then, we got some sketch marks we could hide. Somewhere. Yeah, something like that. Like, there we go. Some sketch marks we can hide. Cool. I'm probably hiding the hand wrong behind, behind this part here. And there's this gap of, unexplained space that we would, if we're using this as guidelines, we would have to figure out. Clearly we can do some erasing, over in this space, to line that up. I feel like we need more cubes. It feels like we should cube a whole bunch. I know cylinders work, but cubes tell more of the story. I get to play in that third dimension of perspective, and I don't get too many. I haven't had enough practice on it, and I could use the practice. But maybe we just draw cubes instead. But honestly, I don't hate it. Even the head kind of looks like a head. I think we just need more time putting pen to paper. Like, this feels like I'm going in the right direction with my studying, going in the right direction with the fun stuff. We're starting to fill out sketchbooks, and I think we learned a lot about the software today. What I would probably do now is, well, we need notes, don't we? I usually take some notes. So let's say the notepad. Where's my notepad? Today's schedule. Notepad. So we did some notes for today. Less perfectionism, if you will. We spent a lot of time. Let me get all the program out of the way. Let me get my tablet pushed back. Hello there, Pluvium. Welcome to the stream. Just in time, I'm kind of wrapping up my thoughts on kind of what we accomplished today. Ooh ah. As we kind of embark on our journey to, put time in to learn to draw. Today was a digital day, which I think we're gonna do on Thursdays because I want to put enough time in the digital medium so that I understand the software and I can navigate around it smoothly. I want to make sure that when we're doing the digital days, we're building on the things I have been focusing on throughout the week, which is to say a lot because it's day 4. Is this something? Is something on here related to Bridgman? No, I know so little that if this was like the Bridgman style of doing construction, I have copied it from somebody who's copied it and put it into a YouTube tutorial. So I'm gonna have to look that up. Let's see what else. Today was digital day. We did shapes, lines, perspective, construction. We kind of hit on all of those things. I spent a lot of time, unfortunately, on like the first part. In fact, let's group some of these together. Let's group my layers together. We have a lot of layers, and you can see we did a lot with this one. This is the 2-minute sketch. I think I did. I counted at one point, and I was at 15. I think I did like 10 more. But I'm definitely clicking a lot more boxes right now. Anyway, you can see we did a lot of little things here. Let's just undo all of these. I was gonna group them, but man, that would be a messy group, and I would hate it. So let's save while I'm at it. Purple. How long did we do purple for? Oh, and I think I've even gotten rid of the front of things. Let's go back up. Let's get our dude at the end. All these notes foldered. Trying to find what I want to keep now. There, all right, we'll folder all this. Crap, I would have to drag them all. All right, we're not gonna folder shit. Get fucked me. Yeah, how the anatomy is broken down is similar to the Bridgman method. There's probably similar ones. No, I'm gonna let me look that up. Here's my problem. I'm probably like a lot of us. I'm self-taught. I've not been to a school. So when people say things like Bridgman method, I want to go back and I want to understand that. So I need to look up the Bridgman method. We did focus a bit on shapes, lines, perspective, construction. Probably a lot of things to focus on. I was hoping to do construction and secondhand also be working on shapes, lines, perspective. I might need to take a step back and just do shapes / perspective. Lines are always going to be something I'm working on, but what I did, an issue I had today was I focused too much on the line quality at the expense of the shape. And you can see, this is why I was going to do the folders, but you can kind of see that with this one. Here, I could drag the visible layers into the folder real quick. Yeah. I didn't spend a lot of time. In fact, you can see where I got a little... I was like, all right, I got fed up. I need to finish this. But I spent a whole bunch of time on like these legs and this arm, and I don't think I did a good job of constructing the person in a timely manner. Because this was like 3 hours. And I think this is a mistake I made today. Instead, I should set time limits on this stuff. And separately, maybe work on some of these shapes. Let's go ahead and mute this. I think I rearranged the Oh, I missed some layers. Did I? Where's that shoulder? Where are my shoulders? Are those my shoulders? It don't matter. It doesn't matter. Bridgman and Loomis are both common methods. Loomis I'm familiar with. Loomis I spent some time breaking down. You said you just started. Sounds like you have a really good idea on how to approach. So here's my problem. Cause you're right. I've got more time watching beginner learn how to draw tutorials than I have time drawing. I've had like a dozen false starts over the last 2 decades where I started to learn how to draw. I started watching tutorials. I focused on what I should do first, what are the fundamentals, and then I wouldn't draw. I would be so spun up in where was the right place to start that I think I know a lot of I know the words. I know the right words. Applying them to paper and getting them done is kind of where I'm struggling. So this is where we are hoping to create some discipline through the stream. This is a vehicle for me to put the time I need to into the art so I can actually progress. Because I think I know the words. I think that's it. Knowing the words and doing it are going to be some time. Tutorial hell. Yeah, absolutely tutorial hell. Taking notes is kind of a really good idea. Thank you. I hope so. Because otherwise, I'm going to forget what I did today. We're going to have to review these tomorrow. So I don't repeat this mistake. But we had fun. I'm having fun. That's another thing I'm trying to do, is I'm trying to draw some stuff for fun instead of completely class-based, right? And that's what we did a couple days of that. I feel like I get every opportunity to kind of show this off because I was super proud of it. And this is where I think the fun of the art starts to take over. Is that, you're drawing things you think are really cool and you want to show off, and so you do it again. And I threw that down on pencil and ink afterwards. We used the Loomis method to get the kind of the proportions right. I did, using reference copying, we put that down. So we're gonna fill out this book. We're gonna figure out some stuff, and maybe in a year we could get some. We could be able to do some of this good looking stuff more fluidly. But all right, I think that's it for me today, though. I stream. I'm gonna stream about 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. Central till about now. We do have some vacation coming up, starting like next Wednesday and running for a week. I'm gonna go see some family. But other than that, hey, thank you for hanging out, guys. Little bits of encouragement and advice or perspective from someone who's been doing this a lot longer is really going to help. At some point, I need to be able to reach out to people or a teacher or a mentor to ask the questions that are brewing. But at the same time, I've got to put more time on the pad and the pencil for those questions to be of any value. So thank you again so much, guys. Have a fantastic day. Outro and all that. We ain't got one. We just hit that stop button.